Inside the 6th Street, Tulip Hotel. As an asset of the Zhao Group, this hotel was now a well-known 5-star hotel in the entire East Asian region. The guests that stayed here were either merchants from North Alliance area or dictators from the South. However, recently, the hotel welcomed a wealthy man with a special identity and generous spending habits. At the price of 20 diamonds, he rented out the entire hotel for a week and sold 10 tons of cornmeal in the 6th Street market. 1 kilogram of flour could be exchanged for 3 credits, and 10 tons of cornmeal was 30,000 credits. On the 6th Street, it was definitely a huge sum of money. These black guests didn't seem to mind showing off their wealth. In addition to the 10 tons of cornmeal they sold, there was another container full of corn stored in the port of Wanghai, guarded by more than 20 heavily armed soldiers. As for the chief named Zarya, although he spent lavishly in the hotel over the past few days, he did not just relax. There were more than 10 entourages who accompanied him to the 6th Street. Most of these people spent their days in the market as they gathered intelligence on all aspects of the 6th Street. The price of food here is very expensive, but it is different from what we expected. They can produce a certain amount of food through something called the Garden of Eden, however, the yield is not very high, and most people still eat nutrient supplies synthesized by mutated plants. They only occasionally eat cooked food. The status of soldiers in the NAC is very high. This place is probably the same as ours with a military government system. The position of the general is probably equivalent to that of the chief and can have many women. The price of military supplies is not high, and their industrial level should be slightly stronger than ours, but we should have an advantage in both population and weapon reserves. Therefore, they are not a threat to us temporarily. In the presidential suite on the top floor of the Tulip Hotel, a burly black giant knelt on one knee and reported to Chief Zarya, who was playing AR somatosensory games, on his work during the past 2 days. Zarya tossed the sensory device to the side, walked to the high-end sofa sewn with mutant fur, and sat down. Then, he wiggled his finger at the white slave next to him. The white slave with a mask did not resist at all. Like a marionette, she walked to Chief Zarya mechanically and kneeled down to help him light a cigar. The furrow between his eyebrows gradually disappeared. Chief Zarya spat out a smoke ring, leaned back against the sofa in comfort, and tapped against the armrest while he said nonchalantly, "I care about slaves, many slaves, especially the Asian ones. Do you know what I mean? If I can't complete this task, the war chief will punish me." The war chief was the prime minister of the United African Tribes, and the king in the orthodox sense. This king was assumed by the chief of the most powerful tribe and possessed the power for foreign war declaration and mediate in internal wars. If 2 big tribes fought, then the war chief was obliged to mediate the issues between the 2 parties. Not long ago, the war chief issued an order that a piece of fertile land in the former Tanzania area will be reclaimed, and this project required at least 200,000 serfs. The huge population demand made the war chief set his sight on the distant eastern part of Asia. As a confidant attached to the war chief, Zarya naturally took up this task willingly. However, when he arrived in Wanghai, the situation here made him feel astonished. The European told him that the holy shield here had been long destroyed, but he clearly saw the orange dome that covered the entire sky. The soil here clearly was no longer fertile, but there were countless grains and food sold in the 6th Street market. The NAC has abolished slavery. It may be very difficult for us to get slaves. The black giant hesitated for a moment, and said, "I tried to contact the mercenary group here, and they agreed to help us smuggle some slaves, but their price is 2 tons of rice or 1 ton of cornmeal for each slave. The price is ridiculous. It is almost twice the price Zarya offered to the NAC military government." Zarya frowned and weighed whether the deal was worthwhile. After about 5 or 6 minutes, he finally made a decision. "Don't respond to those people yet, and I will reply to them after I meet with the NAC general." "Yes." The black giant stepped back respectfully, and when he left the room, he looked enviously at the white female slave who crawled to Chief Zarya, and then closed the door. After a day of recovery, Jiang Chen felt that he was alive again. Sun Jiao and the others did not continue to squeeze him but created a schedule. Now that the passage between the modern world and the apocalypse was open, there were no longer any barriers to travel between the two worlds. Early in the morning, Xia Xiyu took Sun Jiao and the others to Coconut Island, and they wouldn't be able to return until the evening. Therefore, when Jiang Chen woke up, the entire mansion was empty, which made his heart feel empty and lonely. Fortunately, Yao Yao was quite considerate. At about 12 o'clock, she came back to prepare lunch for him. Perhaps it was because of yesterday, now whenever Yao Yao saw Jiang Chen, she looked away in panic and her face turned red like a ripe apple. After Jiang Chen had lunch, Yao Yao cleaned the plates while Jiang Chen left the house and took a helicopter to the 6th Street. On the apron near the Parliament building, he saw Chu Nan who had been waiting for a long time. Chu Nan respectfully saluted, then walked to Jiang Chen. "Chief Zarya is waiting for you in the conference room." A wizard, his entourage, and a slave arrived with him. A wizard? Not a real wizard, Chu Nan shrugged and laughed. It's just a position, probably similar to a military officer, or a staff officer. What does he want? Did he say anything? Slaves. Chu Nan said, they want to start a slave trade with us. Jiang Chen nodded and did not make a statement on this. After a moment of thought, Jiang Chen suddenly asked. What do you think of the African continent? A bloated and weak giant, Chu Nan added after he thought for a moment, he is carrying more than his body weight of gold bricks. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, then he also laughed, looked at Chu Nan, and said. I have the exact same thought process as you. The Honorable New Asia Cooperation General Jiang Chen, I am an envoy from the United African Tribes, Chief Zarya. On behalf of War Chief Duaman, please allow me to send you the highest respect and a gift that symbolizes friendship. His tone was neither humble nor arrogant. Then, Zarya slightly bowed down. Jiang Chen could read the hint of arrogance in his eyes, although he carefully hid it behind his humble speech. Strictly speaking, the situation that faced the African continent was much better than that of the Pan-Asia region. Almost all survivors in Europe, Eastern North and South America, and parts of Central Asia and South Asia fled to that continent. The survivors not only brought technology, but also labor, and equipment left over from the battlefield. If it weren't for the inertia that hindered the Africans, and the tradition of living in the moment, perhaps Africa was already the most prosperous place after the war. But what did they do? The North African Union, which became the present-day United African Tribes, started a war with the South African Union. After they pushed the South African Union to Madagascar, there were civil wars between the tribes. The South African Union behaved even more strangely. After they witnessed their old enemies in a state of turmoil, their first reaction was not to capitalize on the situation but to breathe a sigh of relief, and they themselves began to fight over trivial issues in their parliament. Chu Nan was right. They were like a bloated and weak giant who guarded a gold mine that the whole world coveted. If it weren't for the low population of NAC that could not digest such a massive piece of land, Jiang Chen didn't even want to see this envoy. Instead, he could just send a force for exploration. During the meeting, Zarya repeated his request again, including the demand for slaves and the offer for each slave. If you are unwilling to cooperate, we can only choose to deal with the dictators in the south. Their prices are slightly lower than yours, but we are very worried about their strength. What we need is a strong partner that can continuously provide us with slaves, Zarya said passionately as if he was certain he would sell his compatriots without hesitation. It was the assumption everyone made. People always believed that other people could easily step into their role. In Zarya's eyes, no chief would refuse such a good deal. However, what he didn't understand was that Jiang Chen, who came from a civilized society, was very disgusted with the inefficient and inhumane slave business. The idea of selling his compatriots to Africa as goods already breached his bottom line. But Jiang Chen didn't flip the table immediately. Just now, as he listened to Chief Zarya's passionate speech that described the wealth of their tribe, an idea suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's head as he rolled his eyes and smiled. What is the approximate area of the land you want to develop? 20 million mues, located on the shores of Lake Victoria. Chief Zarya said in an ostentatious tone. This area was abandoned 50 years ago. Now we have decided to reclaim it and turn it into farmland. A fitting style for a chief. But it was a pity that it was not a tribal leader who sat in front of you, but a businessman. What is your average yield per mu? 1. Jiang Chen smiled and continued to ask. Zarya hesitated, looked at Jiang Chen with slight confusion, then exchanged eye contact with the wizard beside him. Finally looked at Jiang Chen again, and responded. About 700 caddies, 2, is there any problem? 700 caddies. When Jiang Chen heard this number, he couldn't stop shaking his head in his mind. Sure enough, it was not the wisest decision for them to farm. And it was even more foolish to use serfdom to farm. He seemed to understand why they only made so little progress in the years after the war. 700 caddies per mu. It was the 22nd century. The fact that the land was not used for farming for many years meant that it was extremely fertile. It was likely that one could sow a handful of seeds and grain would grow. Not to mention the rapid maturity of crops in tropical regions, it was very common for rice and sugarcane to have 3 harvests in a year. Well, you want to buy slaves for those 20 million mues of land, right? Jiang Chen smiled. That's right. Chief Zarya was overjoyed. As he sensed that they could potentially reach a deal, he hurriedly continued, we need 200,000 slaves. 200,000 slaves, it's a bit difficult, Jiang Chen said and rubbed his chin as he pretended to be serious about the issue. The total population of NAC is only 1 million. The 200,000 slaves are equivalent to 1/5 of our total population. There is no need to pay in one lump sum. We can establish a long-term relationship. I want all the slaves you got. The price will be the same as the previous price. No, we are willing to pay an extra 100 kilograms of food for each slave, as long as you can provide us with 20,000 slaves per year, Chief Zarya said sincerely. How about this? Jiang Chen sighed, I thought of a better way to cooperate. Chief Zarya was taken aback for a moment, slightly alerted. What kind of cooperation? 800 caddies. What do you mean? Zarya frowned. You can contract out the 20 million mues of land to us, and we will help you to farm, Jiang Chen smiled. For every mu of farmland, we will pay your war chief Dwaman 900 caddies of grain. We will send engineers to help you build water projects for free, and at the same time study the methods of maximizing the use of arable land, to ensure that every mu of land is developed with the highest efficiency. Zarya was stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to make such a request. Instinctively he wanted to refuse. But he changed his mind after he realized that it was the same as letting the entire NAC work for himself. After he thought about it, Zarya could no longer refuse the offer. Not only that, if you are interested, we can also pay with weapons. Rifles, bullets, and even power armors. I believe your war chief should be interested in these things, right? Zarya looked like he was slightly astonished. You plan to sell power armors? The production of power armor requires a complete set of military production lines. It was feasible to use manual methods with the combination of 3D printers, but the quality of the manually manufactured power armor was inconsistent. For example, the tribe of war chief Dwaman also produced power armors, but the productivity was comparable to the 6th Street prior to industrialization, with only 1 to 2 produced every month. The number of power armors directed dictated the combat power of a tribe, and ultimately, the status of a tribal chief. Although the production of power armor is not an easy task for us, Jiang Chen looked at him seriously, and then made a reluctant expression, but for our long-term friendship, I think we have to make a little concession. I can't guarantee anything, but I will convey your proposal to the war chief. Zarya hid the arrogance and contempt that was in his eyes initially with eagerness. He looked at Jiang Chen in excitement, then said, I hope we can talk about this issue next month at this time. Well, I hope you can come back here with a friendly proposal at that time. Jiang Chen tried his best to stop himself from laughing out loud and nodded slightly. As a gift to the box of corn, I have a titanium alloy T3 power armor that I hope you can accept as a gesture of our friendship. 1 mu, or known as Chinese acre. 1 mu is equal to 614.4 square meters. 2 caddies. A caddy is a measurement of mass in China, equivalent to 500 grams. Unlike the tradition of Asians, Africans always accepted gift, regardless of its value. Chief Zarya was overjoyed and accepted the gift from Jiang Chen, and then pushed forward the slave as a return gift to Jiang Chen. She was a popular movie actress as well as a well-known ambassador for a charity before the war and had gained a large following in Africa. In Zarya's tribe, the gift of a slave was a gesture of friendship, and the more beautiful the slave, the higher the status before, the more it reflected the master's value of the guest. However, Jiang Chen did not dare to accept it at all as he quickly declined this grand gift. It was certainly not the right gift. He had only managed to keep things calm in his harem. If he dared to accept the gift. As Jiang Chen watched Chief Zarya leave, he exchanged eye contact with Chu Nan, and the smile on their faces was so stiff. Do you have anything to say? No, Mr. General. Just say what you want to say. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. After Chu Nan dry coughed a few times, he finally stopped himself from bursting into laughter, then said respectfully. You're a natural-born actor. Zarya, along with NAC's T3 power armor, quickly left the port of Wanghai on his ship. Jiang Chen watched the ship depart and then returned to the mansion to go to Coconut Island in the modern world. When he returned, the girls had decorated their new home. After they got used to the sea breeze, no one wanted to return to that devastated world. And since it was possible to travel between the two worlds, there was no need to live there. After the neutrino tunnel opened, interdimensional travel did not consume a great amount of energy. Now that they decided to live in this world, the small wooden cabin on Coconut Island was naturally not big enough. Lilith downloaded the drawings in the database and commanded the engineering robots to start the expansion of the cabin. With just a phone call, all kinds of furniture and building materials were airlifted to the island by helicopters, and some high-tech supplies were brought directly from the apocalypse. After they worked for an entire day, everyone felt exhausted. Except for Lin Lin. Since the morning, she had grabbed onto Aisha's hand enthusiastically and begged her to go on the yacht. Because of Lin Lin's persistent nagging, Aisha, who was always easily convinced, was helplessly pushed onto the yacht by the energetic Lin Lin. The two went as far as Penglai. Lin Lin wanted to go take a look at the city, but it was getting late, so she had to come back. On their way back, they happened to encounter a fishing boat and thus bought a lot of seafood to bring back to Koro Island. In the evening, a grill was set up by the beach and a barbecue party started. As Jiang Chen watched the sizzling meat, smelled the tasty aroma, drank the ice-cold beer, as well as enjoyed the company of the girls who chatted and laughed, he suddenly felt extremely satisfied, as if a hole in his heart was filled. What are you thinking about? Xia Xiyu grabbed a drink and sat down next to Jiang Chen. She wrapped her arms around her knees and gazed into the distant ocean. Nothing, Jiang Chen chuckled as he watched Lin Lin and Yao Yao in swimsuits chase each other on the beach. I just think that life is pretty good now. I have an idea. Do you want to open a subsidiary in that world? After she took a sip of the alcohol, her face started to turn red. Then, combined with the light of the flame from the grill, she glowed with a charming brilliance. A subsidiary? Well, I went there and took a look. I feel that the potential is very good. Xia Shiyu gently swayed the glass full of champagne, giggled, then took another small sip. Well, it's just my feeling. Maybe it's because I've been a CEO for a long time. You actually think that the potential there is pretty good? Jiang Chen laughed. It was a difference in perspective. From the perspective of this world to look at that world. Apart from the ruins, there were opportunities buried under the ruins. However, from the perspective of that world, apart from the ruins, there was only despair. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that in the end PAC, NATO, and CCCP all adopted escapism and launched those 6 space colonization ships. Build an interdimension enterprise? Although Xia Shiyu only casually mentioned the idea, Jiang Chen suddenly felt that it seemed quite interesting. There were a lot of multinational companies like Future Group and Celestial Trade, but only he could build an interdimensional company. Opening a subsidiary in the apocalypse? As Xiao patted down the dust on her skirt, she sat on the right side of Jiang Chen with a smile. It sounds interesting. Can I just recommend myself to be the manager of that subsidiary? After she witnessed the prosperity of this world, she started to agree with the term apocalypse. Moreover, she was almost tired of dealing with tedious and boring government affairs for her sister in the general's mansion. After she saw all the different possibilities in this world, she suddenly felt that it seemed like a good choice to become an independent woman like Xia Shiyu. At least, she wanted to give it a try to see how to run a company. You passed the interview. Xia Shiyu raised her glass slightly and gave Jiang Chen a teasing look. But I'm not the president, so my opinion does not matter. Xiao, I'll give you a suggestion. Our president is sitting here right now. You'd better bribe him, and I'll pretend that I didn't see it. Don't bribe me. It's useless to bribe me. I don't accept bribes these days. When Jiang Chen noticed Xiao's smiling eyes, he shook his head quickly, took a swig of the beer to moisturize his throat, and then continued after he deliberated for a moment. But to be honest, if we open a subsidiary, what should we focus on? Many, for example, infrastructure should be the most profitable, right? There is also food, which cannot be produced in the apocalypse, right? Xia Shiyu hugged her knees, raised her head, and smiled as she watched the dusk fade in the distance. I just don't know how much energy it takes to transport goods through the portal. Speaking of food, today I met a chief from Africa. Jiang Chen told the 2 girls what had happened this afternoon. When they heard about the chief that came with the intention of buying slaves but did not end up buying any slaves and was instead tricked into giving away 20 million mus of fertile land, and left with AT-3 power armor while feeling grateful, they both started to chuckle. Xia Shiyu, who was the first to get the story, wiped the corners of her eyes, resisted the urge to laugh, coughed a few times to sound serious, then said, when it comes to Africa, I suddenly thought of the jokes I had seen on the internet before. Cotton-producing countries export cotton but import clothes, forest-rich countries export pulp but import paper, agricultural countries have a large area of fertile land but import food, and Nigeria, the country with a coastline of more than 800 kilometers long, imports more than 2,000 tons of salt every year. I suddenly have an idea what our subsidiary can focus on, Jiang Chen said. Xiao blinked and looked over with eyes full of hope. The 20 million mus of land will be our experiment. Jiang Chen shook the beer can that was almost empty, then gently tapped it against Xia Shiyu's wine glass, and said, I am almost tired of the life of transporting food from the modern world to the apocalypse. I will strive to make Africa the granary of NAC as soon as possible. Then what will be the name of our subsidiary? Xia Shiyu smiled with her lips closed. Future development. Jiang Chen tossed the beer into the garbage can, leaned against the coconut tree behind him, and said, should we split the infrastructure projects from future heavy industries, and register a company in the modern world? As for the apocalypse, let's hire employees in the apocalypse. Jiang Chen did not decide whether he should open the channel between the 2 worlds. Because he didn't know how this would impact the 2 worlds. While the modern world was accelerated, at the same time, bad things would also inevitably be brought along with the portal. Perhaps it was really a good choice to open a subsidiary in the apocalypse. Maybe, one day in the future, his interdimension company would have the opportunity to expand its business to other worlds. In mid-April, Future Group's subsidiary was officially incorporated in Wanhai, Apocalypse. The headquarters was ready-made, located in Pudong District, Wanhai, and covered an area of more than 30 mus. The building's area, including underground areas, totaled 300,000 square meters. It was less than 1 kilometer from the Big Crater Stadium in the city center. This building originally belonged to Walkerman Technology, the former employer of Du Yongkang, who helped Jiang Chen develop online games. It was one of the top tech companies in the Pan-Asia region, similar to the big techs in the modern world. Although this area was once the focus of nuclear weapons, the main structure of this building was still intact, which demonstrated its excellent construction quality. The building could be restored to its original appearance with a little repair, and it was naturally a great choice for Future Group subsidiary headquarters. Most of the survivors that lived in Wanhai did not have any opinion about the incorporation of a subsidiary that they had never heard of. Only a small number of entrepreneurs in 6th Street like Zhao Chenwu sensed some changes. But even the people who sensed changes only knew that this subsidiary was an asset under the name of NAC General Jiang Chen. It was just unknown to the public why the company was not registered under the NAC military government, but Sun Xiaoro, the sister of the general's wife, served as the CEO. On the first day of the company's incorporation, Xiaoro devoted herself to the work. Xia Xiyu first transferred 100 engineering robots from Future Heavy Industries as the first batch of employees. Immediately after, job postings of Future Development appeared on the 6th Street. The basic salary was 60 credits per month for regular employees. Except for those mercenaries and hunters that made risky money, for ordinary people with an average salary of fewer than 30 credits, the salary was indeed high. Under Xia Xiyu's guidance, combined with her previous experience as a secretary in the general's mansion, Xiaoro learned very quickly and mastered the essentials of running a company. As for more advanced knowledge, she could learn those through practice. And even if Xiaoro could not manage such a large company, it did not matter much because there were many former executives and chairmen that begged to work for Future Group. Although these elites prospered before the war and also enjoyed protection higher than that of the regular people during the war, because of this, in the post-war apocalypse, most of these people's careers were not promising. Even if 6th Street, under the leadership of NAC, restored the rudimentary form of a market economy, even if NAC's fallout shelter protection policy eliminated the need to worry about being killed immediately after they appear on the wasteland, only a few restarted their career. The worst of these people even ended up in the slums and relied on their labor to feed themselves. As soon as Future Group's subsidiary posted jobs, the resumes flew over like snowflakes. There were so many that in the end, Sun Xiaoro had to toss a coin to decide which stack of resumes to throw into the garbage. As the first interdimension subsidiary of Future Group, Future Development was born with a golden spoon. While Xiaoro looked for the general manager of Future Development, Jiang Chen had already secured her first contract. War Chief Dwaman of the United African Tribe was the first customer of Future Development. The time soon arrived at the end of April, and Chief Zaria's ship arrived at the port of Wanhai as scheduled, even more than a week earlier than the originally agreed time. As soon as he got off the ship, he gave Jiang Chen a warm hug at the port. The great War Chief Dwaman is very satisfied with your gift, and we are willing to form an alliance with you forever, Chief Zaria said excitedly. We'll follow your proposals, 20 million mus are contracted to you. You only need to pay us 800 caddies of grain. We accept rice, corn, and sugarcane, but we hope you grow corn. Cornmeal is our staple food. And your power armor. Please give us a price, we'll take every single one of them. I hope you don't sell it to other tribes. Our price will definitely be higher than theirs. The War Chief's tribe is definitely the most powerful of all tribes. Fine. Originally, Jiang Chen thought he would bargain, but it seemed that he still overestimated their business acumen. If they planted improved rice, without destroying the fertility of the land, there would be no issue yielding over 1,000 caddies per mu. But what did Chief Zarya say? He actually told him that it was enough to hand in 800 caddies of grain every year. Jiang Chen thought that he had heard wrong. In the tropical region, as long as the irrigation system could keep up, there was no issue for rice to have 3 harvests per year. The 20 million mus of fertile land was even near Lake Victoria, so there was no need to build complex irrigation facilities at all, and a canal was all they needed. What else could he say? Jiang Chen thought that the 20 million mus of land would take them at least a decade to develop. Especially in the least effective slavery system, they would have most developed hundreds of thousands of mus of land. If future development took over the land, it would be an exaggeration to say that they could farm all 20 million mus, but 1 or 2 million mus was easily achievable. It was more than sufficient to feed the 1 million people in NAC with computerized farming and genetic engineering. The surplus land could even be used to grow cash crops like sugarcane, tobacco, and cocoa, and then shipped back to Asia to make industrial products before they are sold back to Africa. By solving the food problem, NAC could liberate more labor from mutant fruit farms and mutant hunting groups, further promote industrialization, produce arms, and ship them to Africa to exchange for more raw materials. NAC just needed to carefully balance the strengths between the tribes to prevent one from becoming dominant. Once Future Development's engineering team arrived in Africa, Jiang Chen's envoys would immediately contact the other tribes and sell the T3. As for whether this move would offend War Chief Dwaman, Jiang Chen didn't care at all. United African tribes respected strength and power. If War Chief Dwaman was foolish enough to break off the relationship with the arms dealer, NAC could easily export a large number of arms to another tribe to weaken the influence of War Chief Dwaman. By the way, how do you plan to sell those T3 power armors? Chief Zarya looked at Jiang Chen eagerly, and couldn't wait to ask his most concerned question. We are willing to trade food. Or you can directly use power armor instead of food to pay. T3 power armor's price is 200,000 credits in 6th Street. Although there were still many private military factories in the production of power armor accessories, the final assembly and the production of advanced and improved parts had long been controlled by the military government. Jiang Chen directly quoted a price more than 10 times without hesitation. After Chief Zarya heard Jiang Chen's offer, he immediately calculated in his mind and joy surfaced. 1 kilogram of cornmeal could be exchanged for about 3 credits, and 200,000 credits were about 67 tons of cornmeal. Using 67 tons of cornmeal to exchange for a power armor was a great deal even if he had to think with his toes. Chief Zarya quickly agreed, afraid that Jiang Chen would change his mind. He thought that he won big in this deal, so he drafted the contract on the spot and happily wrote the terms they previously agreed on. However, it was a pity that he did not notice that at the moment the two parties signed, the general who stood in front of him revealed a meaningful smile. 1 T3 power armor at a cost of 200,000 credits was the price Chief Zarya, on behalf of War Chief Dwaman, ordered for 400 units under the name of the United African Tribes. The minimum delivery was 10 units per month, and the payment was to be settled on a monthly basis, with no arrears. As for the grain exported from the United African Tribes to the 6th Street, NAC would not purchase in bulk. Instead, it would only impose a tariff of 10% while opening the market to the United African Tribes. Chief Zarya did not even realize that he had defaulted to NAC's currency credits as the settlement currency in the agreement. Although 1 kilogram of cornmeal could be sold at the price of 3 credits in 6th Street, when a large amount of cornmeal flooded the market and ultimately exceeded the consumption rate by the NAC population, the cornmeal would no longer be worth that much in the market. As long as the NAC pushed for the rapid devaluation of food, and even lower the price per kilogram of food to the decimal point, the Africans could only watch the value of T3 power armor continue to appreciate, while food exports would rise from 66 tons to 100 tons, then to 1,000 tons, or even 10,000 tons. In the economic trade between two countries, the supplier of raw materials was always the target of exploitation by the more industrialized country. Count on Africans to build their own factories. If they were so diligent, they wouldn't have exported sugarcane and imported sugar. After Zaria signed the agreement, he did not immediately make his way back to Africa. It was obvious that he enjoyed this place. He could buy anything with money, or credit here, and enjoyed the prosperity that did not exist back in his tribe. This time he brought 10 full containers of rice that totaled 100 tons, which directly caused NAC's agricultural product prices to drop by almost 10%. However, this wealthy nouveau rich didn't realize what was wrong with this. His tribe was very rich, with more than 20,000 slaves, more than 1 million acres of arable land, and 100 tons of rice was just a drop in the bucket for him. With the more than 200,000 credits he exchanged, he directly bought a T3 power armor from Jiang Chen in his own name and then rewarded it to the black giant who always followed him. Power armor was equivalent to the armor and horse of the medieval knights for the warriors in these African tribes. Although Jiang Chen really didn't understand the purpose for a burly but simple-minded man to pilot a power armor. It is impossible for Africans to abide by the spirit of the contract. They don't even have an accurate concept of what the contract is. After Jiang Chen sent Chief Zaria to the Tulip Hotel on the 6th Street, he spoke with Chu Nan in the car. We must station a force in Africa to protect our industry in Africa from the locals. The size of this force must be within Chief Tuaman's limit, at least we can't alert him. I want to hear your opinion. Do you hope to solve this problem through economic means, or do you plan to solve it through military means? Chu Nan smiled. Both are okay, Jiang Chen said. I want to hear both perspectives. Part of the 20 million mus of land can be contracted out in the form of bidding to enterprises in the 6th Street, and they can send mercenaries, hunter groups, and workers to develop the land. After we deduct the food paid to the United African Tribes, we can charge a certain percentage of food or credit to these companies. Chu Nan said, a lot of people will be happy to solve the safety problem for us. In addition, we can also hire locals, or directly buy slaves from those tribal chiefs. Chu Nan continued after a pause, in exchange for arms. I believe those chiefs would be happy to use slaves in their hands for our bullets, rifles, and even power armors. Doesn't this mean we're acknowledging the slave trade? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Why does it matter? Chu Nan shrugged. Anyway, Africa is not the territory of NAC. As long as our people there abide by local laws, all actions are legitimate. Jiang Chen was not concerned with Sun Jiao and Xiaoro controlling the situation in Apocalypse. Since the incorporation of Future Group's subsidiary in Wanghai, Xiaoro quickly familiarized herself with the role of CEO and managed the company under Xia Shiyu's guidance. The general manager of Future Development was an executive of an import and export company before the war. She was a white-collar lady in her 30s. She was taken to 6th Street from a fallout shelter 2 years ago. She was a waitress in Inner Circle for about a year and only survived after her friends helped her. It was precisely because of this that she put 120% enthusiasm into this job from the beginning. The project planning document that consisted of 40 pages, covered all aspects of the African project. It was so well done that even Sun Jiao was interested in this talent. She wanted to ask her sister to let go of her and instead become her secretary in the general's mansion. Now Xiaoro just goes to Future Building every day with Xia Shiyu. She must have forgotten that she has a sister. Sun Jiao laid on the reclining chair on the beach, swayed her legs sluggishly, then took a slurp of the cold watermelon juice before she exhaled in happiness. Then she looked at Jiang Chen next to her. Why don't you find another general's wife? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. A leisurely life could really make one lose all motivation, and now Sun Jiao was in complete vacation mode as she spent all day under the sun and biting straws. She had completely forgotten about her identity, and even proposed the whimsical idea of finding another general's wife. Am I that kind of person? Jiang Chen dry coughed a few times and said righteously. PSH, what do you mean, PSH? PSH. Jiang Chen was feeling completely helpless toward Sun Jiao. Although, he had expected this to happen a long time ago. After the people from the apocalypse experienced the beauty of this world, except for those with a deep obsession with that world, no one would choose to live there. Obviously, Sun Jiao was not such a person. She was born in a fallout shelter, and all her knowledge of the pre-war world stayed in the pictures from children's books and her father's dictation. The moment she opened her eyes, the world had been destroyed. Before she met Jiang Chen, she had seen too many deaths. She had admitted to Jiang Chen frankly from a long time ago that she was attracted by his temperament that did not belong to this world, and finally fell in love with him. Even in the apocalypse where she possessed absolute power, it was not comparable to living an ordinary and peaceful life in this beautiful world, although she never enjoyed that kind of ordinality. By the way, if you feel tired, why not learn from Xiao? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and sat next to her. Just keep a tight grasp on the important decisions, and delegate power for the trivial matters. As long as you have a proper supervision mechanism, even if you command from here, it will be fine. That's right, Sun Jiao's eyes lit up. As she bit on the straw, she thought seriously, but who should be my secretary? Would you recommend anyone? It can be anyone, as long as it's not a man, Jiang Chen laughed. Don't lie here every day. I'll take you to Penglai today for a tour. It was originally something to be happy about, but Sun Jiao's eyes seemed to indicate that she was a little flustered. A tour? I'm not ready yet, can we wait a few more days? Just stay here, I'm not asking you, I'm ordering you. Jiang Chen picked up Sun Jiao from the beach recliner as he said this. In the latter's exclamation, the naughty little wildcat bit him viciously on the shoulder, while made Jiang Chen gasp. When she saw Jiang Chen's pained look, she immediately let go and looked at Jiang Chen nervously. Did it hurt? No, it's just very heavy, Let go, are you a dog? Her teeth bit into his shoulder again this time, she really used force. What I'm wearing, is not strange right? Her hair was tied up in the back. She wore a cool beige lotus leaf skirt with a summery straw hat. Sun Jiao anxiously pinched onto the hem of her clothes as she reluctantly walked out from behind the door. The fullness in front of her stuffed the dress tightly, and the elegant curve of her back beneath the draped fabric of her dress highlighted her thin waist. It was clear that because of the change of scenery and slower pace, she had indeed put on some weight. But fortunately, the extra weight all seemed to go to her chest. Not only did it not make them look cumbersome, but rather it made the dress she wore more attractive. Especially the type of clothes with a waistband that highlighted the beautiful curves on her body. However, Sun Jiao herself seemed to be dissatisfied with this situation. Sure enough, it's still too strange. As she looked at herself in front of the mirror, the usually heroic and direct Sun Jiao became shy in front of Jiang Chen. She blushed and tried to go to her room to change, but she was pushed out by Aisha. This is the best fit, please trust my taste. When Aisha said this, her eyes sparkled. Excluding Jiang Chen, fashion was Aisha's favorite hobby. As for Aisha's sense of fashion, it was well recognized among the girls. Other than fashion, her second favorite hobby was finding a perfect model for her fashion. Now, Sun Jiao was undoubtedly a perfect fit for this role. Among all the oriental beauties around Jiang Chen that Aisha had ever met, Sun Jiao's body was the most perfect. The only one comparable was probably Natasha with a natural buff unique to Slavic. I think it's good too, just go with this. Jiang Chen touched his chin, looked at Sun Jiao who was pushed out by Aisha and nodded. After Sun Jiao received Jiang Chen's affirmation, she finally settled down, blushed, and reluctantly accepted the clothes that were completely inconsistent with her own image. Then, with the sweetness in her heart, she muttered against a sentence that she did not mean. This waistband is too much in the way. In fact, deep down, she liked this outfit. Otherwise, with Aisha's thin arms and legs, if Sun Jiao was determined to hide in the room, even if Jiang Chen and Aisha tried to stop her together, she was unlikely to be stopped. Today, Peng Lai welcomed a special tourist. Different from guests from any other country, she was from Pan-Asia Cooperation. This is, she watched the white sandy beach, as well as the tourists that took pictures on the shore. Excitement and confusion swayed in her eyes as she muttered quietly. From the yacht to the port, she finally set foot on the world she dreamed of. She had seen this place on the screen before. Jiang Chen would always take some photos and videos to show them, and most of these photos were beautiful sceneries in Xian or Celestial City. A city floating on the sea, it is also the closest place to future in this world, Jiang Chen smiled. A large nuclear fusion generator set is the heart of the city. Wearing AR glasses and taking off AR glasses will show you two completely different worlds. Although I don't know what the world was like before you were born, I think this world will more or less make up for the regret in your heart. This is what is known as a date. For some reason, Sun Jiao's face burned slightly, and she glanced at Jiang Chen awkwardly, before she quickly explained, I read it from Lin Lin's comic book collection. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, then he laughed. Yes, that's right, this is a date. As he said this, he took Sun Jiao's hand and squeezed it lightly in the latter's flustered gaze, come with me. Since it's a date, all you need to do is hold my hand. After, Jiang Chen took Sun Jiao's hand and led her out of the port. Drones play very important roles in this city. From firefighting to policing to medical care, logistics, and shopping, people living here don't need to worry about things other than life and work. It has the world's largest software park, science park, and university campus. There are no industries on this island, at least no heavy industries. The water and food here come from the ocean, the fresh water comes from desalination plants, and the food comes from undersea farms. The beef and pork come from my pastures in Australia and New Zealand, of course, they are not under my name. In addition, this is the first place in the world to achieve full maglev transportation. However, there is probably no need for cars here. Rail transit covers every area in this city. The walking distance from one place to another is no more than 500 meters, from the port to the central, to the undersea corridor, at the bottom of the city. Along the way, Jiang Chen took Sun Jiao to almost every corner of the city while he introduced her to every bit of the city. The two used photos to capture their beautiful memories. While they took pictures, Jiang Chen noticed that from the initial anxiety and cautiousness, a smile that came from the bottom of her heart began to appear. Inside the Western restaurant surrounded by crystal glass on all four sides, Sun Jiao happily held the phone as she flipped through the photos she took today and giggled from time to time. At this moment, a foreigner who was about 30 or 40 years old in a suit walked straight to their table. He enthusiastically said something in English to Sun Jiao while he gestured with his hands, then handed her a business card. Perhaps he did not notice Jiang Chen at all, or perhaps from a foreigner's perspective, as an Asian, Jiang Chen did not have any memorable points. In short, he completely ignored the person that sat across from Sun Jiao and just stared at her with piercing eyes. Sun Jiao looked at him with a confused expression, and there were several question marks above her head. She couldn't understand English, but Jiang Chen did. Jiang Chen laughed, didn't say anything, but just took the business card from the confused Sun Jiao, then in the foreigner's peculiar look, Jiang Chen gave him his business card. The business card was bilingual in Mandarin and English. After the man saw the name on the business card, his expression quickly changed. He took a quick look at Jiang Chen as if he had seen a ghost, then he quickly whispered an apology in his broken Mandarin, then left in a hurry. What was he saying? Sun Jiao frowned. He said that you have the potential to be a celebrity. He hopes you can consider their company in Los Santos and make a run for Hollywood, Jiang Chen teased her. The rising Xian new dollar and Xian economy attracted many foreign companies to seek opportunities here. While they were not proficient in technology entertainment, it was a good entry point. That man was a scout for an entertainment company, and it was just his habit to hand over his business card. You can't blame him for his good foresight. Then why did he leave when he saw your business card? Sun Jiao asked curiously. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes helplessly. It's a pity that my company is so well known. Many foreigners could not recognize his face at first sight, but they would immediately recognize the spelling of the company on his business card. Especially here. After all, the maritime city under his feet was one of the assets of celestial trade. The red sunset glow reflected on the side of Sun Jiao's face. Her eyes were a little blurry, as she gazed in the direction of Peng Lai on top of the returning yacht. What are you thinking about? Jiang Chen walked beside her, leaned against the railing, then smiled. Her hair swayed along with the sea breeze and her eyes continued to focus on the outline of the city that gradually disappeared on the horizon. The corner of her lips turned up slightly. I'm thinking, what the rest of the world looks like. I can't answer you. Even the places I've been to are just the tip of the iceberg. Jiang Chen chuckled as he looked out at the clownfish that swam below them, but when all this is over, I plan to go take a look. Really? Remember to take me with you then. Of course, Jiang Chen smiled, how could I leave you behind? Satisfied with this answer, Sun Jiao smiled. In brisk steps, she hopped away from the railing while the hem of her lotus leaf skirt was blown to the side by the sea breeze. Thank you, she stopped at the bow, turned around, and with a smile that seemed eternal, she gazed at Jiang Chen, I am really happy with today. For a moment, Jiang Chen felt that her smile glowed. Because it was so dazzling. 3, 2, 1, 0, initiate. In the Celestial Trade Space Command Center, followed by the emotionless countdown, the staff sitting in front of the command terminal simultaneously pressed down the start button. At the same time, the two giant star gates a few kilometers away suddenly emitted blinding white light, just like new stars that were born, and illuminated the empty universe. The white light then disappeared instantly, and two tunnels as thin as membranes were launched from the two circles into the distance. After 2 months, the highway from the Earth-Moon system to the Mars system was finally completed. The 4 sets of star gates connected the Earth-Moon system with the Mars system. Regardless of the celestial movement of the Earth-Moon system and Mars, if the 4 sets of star gates operated under stable conditions, the 2 one-way highways would shorten the flight from Celestial City and Heavenly Palace City to the extreme. Passengers going to Mars only needed to rest in the hibernation chamber to complete the boring journey in time dilation. For the outside world, the flight that previously took a week to half a month was shortened to 3 days to 1 week due to the time dilation effect in the neutrino tunnel. From the perspective of space engineering, combined with the achievement in the different eras, this completion was a miracle in the history of human civilization. From the perspective of hundreds of millions of kilometers in distance, even if the deviation was a rounding error in the decimal place, it could potentially result in an error of tens of millions of kilometers. However, the error was minimized to the limit through repeated experimentations. It was precisely because of celestial trade engineers' dedication that enabled the 4 sets of star gates to operate in stable condition. The later generations also gave high praises to the discovery of the time expansion effect in the neutrino tunnel and the completion of the stellar system highway. A century later, when a certain writer recalled this period of history, he wrote in the book, the giant double-ringed gate stood in the boundless space, and the creamy light path outlined a straight trajectory. I imagined it to be the ultimate invention in space technology, and our civilization was connected. Undoubtedly, it was a great miracle in the history of civilization, a triumphal arch leading to victory. Just like we once conquered the sky, we conquered the solar system. Compared with the art community that only responded after many years, the reaction of the press community could be described as a collective orgasm. Although celestial trade always made headlines from time to time, to the point where many people were numb to the breakthroughs, the creation of star gates, which only existed in science fiction, were made into a reality by celestial trade. This feat astounded everyone. An epoch-defining technology, a miracle in the history of civilization. People daily, while we are still observing the ghost, the cunning hunter has already caught the ghost's tail. Berlin Morning Post: facts have proved that the neutrino telescope on Lake Baikal had become a joke. If you want to observe neutrinos up close, it is better to take a flight from Celestial City to Heavenly Palace City. This will not only save you a lot of money where you don't even know how it got wasted, but also save our scientists from frowning at the stars. Moscow News: on a talk show on CBS, the host joked with the audience when it came to a segment on recent news. While our enterprises are still studying how to lay the foundation for the Bering Strait Tunnel, our opponent has already built a road to Mars. I don't hate Mr. Pence at all, although the people from T-State must hate his guts. Thankfully, before ending that farce, Mr. Pence did not make the situation worse. The shockwave was not only sent through news media, a larger earthquake also erupted in the physics community. Neutrino had always been a subject of attention in the physics community, and it was considered the particle with the most promise to break the limit of the speed of light. Otherwise, when the Italian National Laboratory of Gran Sasso found that the neutrino beam was faster than light by 6 km per second, it would not have shocked the entire scientific community. Although it was ultimately discovered that the result was actually caused by errors due to the loose connection of the optical cable between the computer and the GPS device. Neutrinos can allow you to enter another world. The reason is very simple: it has little interaction with our visible world. Well-known physicist Patrick Huber once said a long time ago. And now, this guess was confirmed. It was just that no one thought that this kind of ghost-like particles actually allowed humans to enter a world they had never touched before. A time-dilated world. Unlike other confidential projects, after the completion of the Stargates, Celestial Trade did not conceal the information from the outside world, but rather generously disclosed all information except engineering details and technical data. For example, neutrinos in a certain state could cause time dilation, such as how much time could be saved by using Stargate technology for interstellar travel, and so on. But as for the more in-depth information, related to the knowledge left by the Gaia civilization, Celestial Trade did not go into details. While they released a lot of information, none of it was useful at all. The entire physics community was fascinated by Stargates, and countless emails requesting cooperative research flew to Koro University, Celestial Trade, and even Jiang Chen's personal email like snowflakes. Of course, the fate of these emails could be easily imagined. Jiang Chen didn't read them at all and just asked Lilith to reply all and delete them. Although the perseverance of these people certainly moved him. But sorry, it was not the right time yet. Mid-June. A week had passed since the completion of the Stargates. In this week, Celestial Trade conducted repeated experiments on the stability of the Stargates and the safety of the neutrino tunnel through different technical means. Finally, after being foolproof, the flight between Celestial City and Heavenly Palace City was renamed TS Peace and officially commenced through the neutrino tunnel. At this moment, passengers who boarded on TS Peace stood inside the hibernation room and prepared to complete the final steps before they entered hibernation. Although the flight attendants repeatedly emphasized that there will be no problems with the hibernation cabins, just like the times before, people still refused to use the cabin and would rather sleep on the floor. This continued even when the flight attendants stressed the safety of the hibernation cabin and that there were no accidents. I don't care. I just don't want to go inside this thing. If I can't wake up after I get inside, can you take responsibility? The man with a beer belly said aggressively to the flight attendant. He clearly refused to cooperate. The woman that stood next to him, probably his wife, also had a wary expression on her face. From the two's appearance, they were probably going to Heavenly Palace City for a tour. After all, space tourism was still a new concept. The flight attendant patiently explained to them about the safety of the hibernation cabin, but the two clearly did not take in any of the information and refused to enter the cabin. The commotion attracted the attention of other passengers. Many people looked at these two with the anticipation for more drama. You can't wake up when you like in the hibernation cabin? This joke is not funny at all. A skinny and tall man stood not far away and laughed while he shook his head. He then put on the respirator around his neck and shook his head with a smile. Now that you mention it, the man in his 30s next to him laughed and joked along. There have always been such sayings on the internet. I think someone said there may be an allergic reaction after some people get inside the hibernation cabin, and then eventually they'll be frozen into ice cubes. To not cause disputes, celestial trade would throw these frozen popsicles away mid-trip. Who would anyone believe in this kind of thing? The skinny man chuckled with a look of disbelief. This is more ridiculous than urban legends. Don't take it seriously, this is just meant to be a joke. The man in his 30s waved his hand. Have you been to Heavenly Palace City before? This is the second time. I will probably stay a little longer this time. The skinny man thought about the tasks his company had given to him and felt a strong surge of ambition and motivation. The last time he was in Heavenly Palace City, he was shocked by the abundance of resources there. Since Heavenly Palace City was also open to foreign capital, he would not easily let this opportunity slip away. The indicator light of the hibernation cabin lit up and interrupted the two people's chat. After he rested the back of his head against the backrest, the translucent hatch slowly lowered. He only felt slightly cooler before his consciousness slipped into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he was already at the port of the Mars space elevator. For those using hibernation cabins, space travel was just a matter of opening and closing their eyes. When this happens, what do you usually do? Lin was in the Space Command Center on Celestial City when she saw surveillance video on the holographic screen. For someone from the 22nd century, it was undoubtedly fairly novel for someone to resist the hibernation cabin. It was similar to the idea that someone from modern society went into a primitive tribe and realized that they were people who refused to take pictures, and the reason was that they were afraid the camera would suck away their soul. There is a rest area on TS Peace, which provides beds, toilets, and showers, as well as nutrient supplies for passengers who refuse to enter hibernation. Of course, if passengers are not satisfied with the food, they can also pay for vacuum-packaged cooked food. At this point, Jiang Chen paused and laughed, but I can guarantee that the food on TS Peace is much more expensive. In the meantime, the two passengers on the screen already assumed a victorious posture. Then, they followed the flight attendant to the rest area along with several other passengers who also refused to hibernate. But what the two didn't know was that it won't take long for them to regret their decision. Almost no one could tolerate eating nutrient supplies for an entire week except for those losing weight or vegetarians. The price of vacuum-packaged, cooked food on TS Peace was almost 5 times more than the usual price. Not only that, the shower and drinking water on TS Peace were also not free. The tail engine ejected a faint blue light arc, and TS Peace began to accelerate slowly. After the bottom engine adjusted its direction, it moved towards the star gate. The instant the bow of the ship passed through the ring, the light and shadow were stretched forward under the effect of time dilation. And when the ship's body was completely submerged in the neutrino channel, the speed of the entire ship suddenly increased and soon disappeared into the boundless universe. It's so fast. Lin watched the blue dot that gradually faded away from the floor-to-ceiling window. Her nose almost touched the glass while her eyes were filled with excitement. When the blue dot finally disappeared, she looked back at Jiang Chen but still reminisced what she just saw. She then exclaimed, "If I have the opportunity, I'll definitely go to Heavenly Palace City. That's where the ruins of Gaia civilization are, right? It's incredible. Let's go if you have watched enough." Jiang Chen patted Lin on the shoulder, then headed out. What are we going to see next? Is there anything fun in Celestial City? Lin followed after Jiang Chen enthusiastically. After they made the relationship public that day, her attitude was more enthusiastic than ever. If it had been before, Lin would not be able to resist bad-mouthing him if they spent time together. However, after that day, she seemed to have completely forgotten this skill. Except for the occasional bantering with Xiaoro and Sun Jiao, she was now an obedient girl in front of Jiang Chen. In the beginning, Jiang Chen was quite uncomfortable by the sudden change, but now he was used to it. Next, let's go to the gravity-free section. The lab of future heavy industries is there. I think you'll like the place. The lab from the 21st century. What's so good about that? Lin Lin muttered, is there no romantic place? I've heard that you took Sister Sun Jiao to Penglai on a date, and you didn't even bring me. Is it because digitalized humans' memories are too good, or is Lin Lin too easily jealous? It's been a while, and she still remembers. I will take you there tomorrow. Jiang Chen facepalmed, didn't Aisha bring you there a few times? You don't have to talk about it every day. It's different. Going with a girl doesn't feel like going on a date at all. Lin Lin raised her head triumphantly. Anyway, that's a deal, no take back. Ouch. After a light tap on her forehead, Lin Lin pouted and grimaced at Jiang Chen's back before she ran after him. More than 2 months had passed since the passage between the apocalypse and the modern world was established, and the first project for future development in Africa also kicked off. With more than 50 sets of agricultural machinery, 200 future development employees arrived in the promised land, Africa. This is Africa. A man with a baseball cap was at the port as he narrowed his eyes and looked into the grassland outside of the port. His name was Feng Yuan. He used to be the general manager of East Asia Engineering and Construction Corporation, and he now served as the director of Future Development Africa. When he was about 25 years old, he accepted an assignment from the company and worked in Africa for about 2 years. He returned to Shanghai about 2 years before the war, fortunately, escaped into a fallout shelter, and stayed in hibernation until a year ago. Even after a few decades, this place did not change much. What happened on other continents in the apocalypse did not happen here. From any perspective, the place was drastically different from Shanghai. Outside of the port was the endless grassland that looked yellow. There were a few occasional green trees that stood alone in the middle of the wilderness. The hillsides in the distance were covered with low bushes. Herds of animals similar in appearance to antelopes paced leisurely on the grassland. A dozen kilometers that direction is Mombasa, and our tribe is there. The black man in short sleeves came over from the office next to the port and looked at Feng Yuan. Hurry up and get on the way. Our chief wants to see you. What is the name of your tribe? Feng Yuan asked. The African native said a long string of words. Feng Yuan and the assistant beside him looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Is there a more concise name? Steel Teeth, you can call our tribe this name, or Chief Dwaman likes this name very much. At this moment, the wizard who had accompanied Chief Zarya walked towards them. He lowered his head slightly to show politeness, smiled, and revealed his white teeth. You are friends of War Chief Dwaman, please allow me to be your guide. Thank you very much, then. Feng Yuan nodded slightly and accepted his kindness. Under the escort of several military vehicles, NAC's truck convoy drove on the highway in the wilderness. The billowing dust behind the vehicles formed a tumbling wave. The scenery on both sides was quite pleasant, but the only drawback was the poor road conditions. The people here didn't seem to have the concept of repairing things unless they were forced to. After NAC took control of Shanghai, the first task was to build roads. The roads from 6th Street to the other NAC survivors' settlements were repaired and maintained, then the maglev tracks were installed. However, the people here worked differently. When Feng Yuan saw this road that led from the port to the city, he suspected that this place had been abandoned long before the war. There were almost no mutants on this continent, and the amount of radiation was the lowest in the world. However, it did not mean that there was no danger here. To some extent, this place was far more chaotic and far more dangerous than other continents. On the way to Mombasa, Feng Yuan's convoy was attacked. While it could be described as an attack, it turned out to be a false alarm. A group of militants driving old-style electric pickups was half a kilometer away from the convoy and fired at the convoy from behind the bushes. The bullets swished over their heads. Immediately, the soldiers of Steel Teeth tribe responsible for escorting the convoy hid behind the vehicles, while they shouted and returned fire at the militants located half a kilometer away. Later, thanks to the 20 NAC soldiers in the convoy and a mortar, along with a sniper that killed 5 or 6 militants, the militants immediately retreated like a gust of wind. The speed of their escape really made Feng Yuan wonder their intention in the first place. When the group of militants were gone, the wizard named Lusambo immediately went to see Feng Yuan shamelessly and promised that Steel Teeth would protect the lives and properties of future development. He selectively ignored the fact that he and his soldiers just hid behind the vehicles the moment the enemy started to fire. Feng Yuan didn't want to pursue this topic further, but he had made up his mind. He planned to call the headquarters and ask for more bodyguards, preferably a mercenary group. It was hopeless to count on these Africans. They had promised to protect the safety of these pioneers, but the moment enemies appear, their first reaction was to hide. Soon, the convoy finally arrived at the edge of the city, and the outline of Mombasa could be seen from a distance. But before they entered the city, the first thing that caught Feng Yuan's eyes was a poor and backward urban area. The wide road was lined with low houses made out of mud and crooked alleys on both sides. Hemp ropes were connected in series in the middle of the alleys with colorful cloth strips hung on them. It was probably a slum. According to the wizard named Lusambo, the city named Mombasa was now occupied by the Steel Teeth. The region that extended from here to the north shore of Lake Victoria was the territory of the tribe. Of course, the people here were not all from the Steel Teeth tribe. Only those who lived in the city were citizens of the tribe, and those who lived in the slums outside the city were mostly nomads from other tribes or were without a tribe at all, as well as refugees from Europe and South Asia. Feng Yuan noticed that it was not only Europeans and Asians that lived in the slum, but many natives also lived in misery. Conflicts between different tribes were commonplace that ranged from street fights and armed conflicts. Except for those in the city who looked relatively healthy, most of these people outside the city were malnourished. Feng Yuan made a rough estimate in his mind. The population of this city alone was probably in the hundreds of thousands. However, with such a large population in a large area of land, no one was willing to leave the slums and reclaim the land outside the city, and they would rather contract this work out to foreigners. The best-selling product was bullets, and sometimes it could even be used as a currency for transactions. The bullets from NAC were the most popular because of the low jam rate and relatively good accuracy. As for the bullets made by the natives themselves, most of them were inferior. Either sand was mixed into the gunpowder, or the primer of the bullet was damp. It seemed that the natives here were a master at scamming their own people. Just when Feng Yuan looked at the street outside the window and considered how to gain more benefits for future development, the convoy had arrived at the city hall of Mombasa. Lusambo, dressed in a wizard robe, got off the vehicle and walked to the front of the convoy with his cane. He smiled as he watched Feng Yuan, who jumped out of the car. "We're here. Please allow me to take you to meet War Chief Dwaman now. The banquet has been waiting for you." The place was more like a palace than a city hall. Giant ivories carved out in marbles stood on both sides of the entrance, with more magnificent marble architecture behind the entrance. The style of the entire building was European, but the layout was somewhat Arabic. A whole row of guards stood at the entrance. The bolt-on sniper rifles in front of their chest had bayonets attached. It made people wonder why the guards on duty had to carry sniper rifles, and why bayonets were attached to sniper rifles. All the guards were over 2 meters tall, and it certainly made people wonder if they were burned mutated humans. Perhaps they were injected with genetic vaccines, but they did not equip any other equipment and only wore a tiger or leopard coat. Their faces were painted with dark green patterns and they wore shiny black military boots. Being able to put together such a uniform and set of equipment was enough to demonstrate the power of this war chief. "This way, please," Lusambo gestured and guided Feng Yuan and his assistant to the city hall. As for the others, including the NAC guards, they stayed outside of the city hall. The 4-meter-wide mahogany door opened, and behind the door was a red carpet that covered the entire hall. There were different tropical fruits on the table and a variety of spiced barbecues. Feng Yuan and his assistant couldn't stop salivating at the sight of the table filled with delicacies. The cost of the table full of food like this was probably at least 1,000 credits. Their salaries for half a year were probably just enough. As for those fruits, he didn't even dare to think about it. Of course, in order not to be underestimated by the African natives, Feng Yuan did not keep his eyes on the food. Instead, he forcibly resisted the alluring fragrance, looked over the table full of deliciousness, and smiled at War Chief Tuaman that sat at the highest place. He did not look burly, about 1.8 meters tall. There were not a lot of wrinkles on his face and he seemed to be in his 40s. He leaned back against the tiger-skin chair as his right hand sluggishly held his chin. His eyes were menacing and as fierce as a vulture. While his ways were perhaps not the most dogmatic and calculated, based on his eyes, he killed probably at least hundreds of people. Feng Yuan made an evaluation in his mind. It was rumored that this man united the tribes from chaos to form the current United African Tribes and he drove the South African Union out of the continent. Then he took his tribe and his slaves and migrated from barren northern Africa to the wealthy southern region. There were tens of thousands of slaves from India, South Asia, and even distant East Asia working for him, and thousands of soldiers who have fled from all over Europe in his army. In this continent, slaves meant strength, whether as cannon fodder or serfs, only a large number of slaves could sustain the economy of a tribe. After War Chief Tuaman heard NAC's proposal, he immediately became interested in this new model. With about 100,000 slaves who came from South Asia working under him, he only cultivated around 2 million mus of land, which worked out to be less than 20 mus per person. It was not because the slaves did not work hard enough, but rather due to poor efficiency. Without a factory that manufactured agricultural machinery, there was naturally no mechanical equipment. A dozen harvesters in the warehouse were ordered from Pan-Asia Cooperation before the war. Although the company promised a warranty at the time, the agricultural machinery company was shut down a long time ago. Dear War Chief Tuaman, I am Feng Yuan from the NAC. This is my assistant Yuan Liwei. On behalf of all the soldiers and citizens of the NAC, as well as the Supreme General, I would like to extend my kindness and respect to you. Feng Yuan held his right fist against his chest and performed a standard NAC salute to the chief sitting at the top. He took an agreement from his assistant and handed it to a tribal warrior who came to him. Then he nodded and smiled, "We have come here based on our agreement, for the common prosperity of Africa. Please sit down, Mr. Feng Yuan." War Chief Tuaman extended his hand and gestured to the long table full of food, then said in French, "We can eat and talk." The banquet commenced. Women wearing gold jewelry came forward with gold utensils and poured wine into Feng Yuan's cup. Most of these maids were dark-skinned, and a few of them were white. Nobles of steel-teeth tribes sat on both sides of the long table. The nobles closer to the war chief wore more teeth around their neck. As for War Chief Tuaman, his neck was almost covered with golden fangs. Although gold was not a rarity in Wanghai, it was certainly not abundant enough compared to what Feng Yuan saw here. Chief Zarya was not in the hall. It seemed that he was more like a vassal to War Chief Tuaman, rather than his courtier. Feng Yuan was still unclear about the political system in United African Tribes. The nobles feasted on the meat, while Feng Yuan and his assistant Yuan Liwei continued to reach for the plate full of fruits. Tuaman noticed this, so he beckoned to the maid closest to him and whispered a few words. Soon, a whole plate of cut dragon fruit was brought up. Even though he tried to restrain the shock in his mind, Feng Yuan's eyelids twitched fiercely. After he woke up from the hibernation chamber, he hadn't even seen a dragon fruit, let alone eat it. However, these African natives brought plates after plates up, the lavishness could no longer be described by words. "I suggest you try our roasted venison. I bet it is better than fruit." War Chief Tuaman grinned, "In our tribe, the strongest warrior can eat a whole stag." As for the fruits, those are nothing but thirst quenchers. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm sorry I'm full. Feng Yuan wiped the corners of his mouth with the towel handed by the maid, put down a knife and fork, looked at War Chief Duamen, then smiled. Before we head to the farm, there was one thing I wondered if I could ask the honorable chief. Go ahead. We hope to buy some slaves, preferably from East Asia, Feng Yuan said. No problem, Chief Duamen gazed at Feng Yuan, but what are you going to give me in exchange? Rifles, bullets, all the munitions we can produce, even power armors. Feng Yuan noticed that the moment War Chief Duamen heard the word power armors, the lack of interest in his eyes instantly became an intense gaze. It was evident that the natives were almost fanatical over power armors. No problem. As long as it's weapons, we want them all. War Chief Duamen laughed loudly, raised a gold cup full of wine. Set aside the business for now and let us toast for our long-term friendship. Cheers. Like the other tribal nobles, Feng Yuan raised the cup in his hand. No one noticed, the corner of his mouth reflected in the liquor gradually turned into a smug. The T-3 power armor was quite an outdated model in the NAC, but because of its balanced performance, it was still in service. The modified N-100 based on the X-1 model that NAC acquired from Shangjing's Line 0 became the latest generation of NAC power armor. Compared to the performance of T-3 and T-4, N-100's performance improved by leaps and bounds. But for the natives in Africa, the T-3 power armor was sufficient. Power armor was the strength of Pan-Asia cooperation, and those different models that flowed into Africa from Europe, America, and Russian were at best comparable to the T-3 model. Based on NAC's Army Reform Plan, all the power armors in service would be updated to the T-100 model within 5 years. As for those T-3 models no longer in service, Jiang Chen had already found them a new home. The rich but simple-minded natives were undoubtedly good customers. After the banquet, Feng Yuan accepted the invitation of War Chief Duamen, and stayed with his assistant at the city hall, or rather, War Chief Duamen's palace for the night. In order to welcome his guests, the hospitable chief also arranged 2 female slaves to accompany the guests. There was no need to say what happened that night. In the early morning the next day, Feng Yuan and his assistant bid farewell to War Chief Duamen, and followed the wizard named Lusambo to the Victoria Lake Development Zone, located more than 500 kilometers away, with the convoy. While the name was a development zone, in fact, it was an area casually circled by the war chief on the map, and his staff estimated that the region was roughly 20 million mus. As for how the land was going to be cultivated, who was going to be cultivating, even Duamen himself did not have a clue. The Steel Teeth tribe did not have a minister of agriculture, and there were only a few farmers in the country willing to earn an honest living through farming. The status of a soldier was much higher compared to a farmer. Since the establishment of this development zone, not a single household has moved there from Mombasa. Fortunately, NAC was finally here, and they sent a company called Future Development to help them farm. War Chief Duamen was certainly elated by the agreement since he didn't need to work in order to receive a large amount of food every year. The food he received could be further exchanged into valuable power armors. No one would refuse such a good deal. After the convoy arrived at the development zone, Feng Yuan first asked Lusambo to guide them around the region on an off-road vehicle. After they determined the boundaries for future development, he chose a hillside as the base of the development zone. There were 2 reasons behind his decision, the first was for ease of digging of the canal, and the second was for defense. Yes, defense. Although this region was within the territory of the Steel Teeth, Feng Yuan did not forget that his convoy was attacked by militants shortly after they left the port. The law of the jungle was universal on this continent. He did not think that War Chief Duamen would send troops to protect them, so it was critical to rely on themselves. On the hillside, Feng Yuan took the binoculars and examined the surrounding environment, then after he tossed the binoculars into the vehicle, he walked to the wizard. In the first phase of the project, we will reclaim 1 million mus, and we will need about 2,000 slaves. For each slave, we will pay a box of ammunition or 5 rifles. These arms will arrive in Africa at the beginning of next month on our cargo ship. How soon can the slaves we want be delivered here? It will be delivered in 3 days, Losambo nodded and smiled. We also hope that you can start as soon as possible. The infrastructure here is too backward. There is not even a decent canal. We have to start from scratch. Is there any larger building material company in Mombasa? We need to order a batch of steel and cement. Feng Yuan watched the dry yellow grassland and frowned. At first, he heard that this was a deserted farmland, but after he toured the place, he started to doubt whether farmland actually existed here. The deer herd not far away still chewed on the grass in leisure while green bushes were scattered on the grassland. From any perspective, this place looked like an untouched African savanna. About how much do you need? Losambo's expression turned slightly stiff. 50,000 bags of cement, and 5,000 bundles of steel bars, ahem. Losambo interrupted Feng Yuan, smiled awkwardly, then added, if it is a small amount of building materials, I can help you, but with the amount you're requesting. I suggest you guys, think of a solution elsewhere. Well, they could not depend on the natives anymore. Feng Yuan gave up the idea of seeking help from the Steel Teeth tribe. After they established a radio base station, he got in touch with NAC headquarters. Within a few days, a cargo ship was docked at a port outside Mombasa, and batches of cement and steel bars were delivered to the development zone. On the other side, more than 2,000 slaves ordered by NAC were also sent to the development zone. Most of these people were from South Asia, and a small number of them were from East Asia. They were refugees who came to this continent during or after the war. The natives obviously could not distinguish between Asians, just as Feng Yuan could not distinguish the difference between black tribes. Only a small number of the slaves here were from East Asia, and some of them were South American with a yellowish complexion. In any case, the slaves were already here, and it was impossible to return them. Feng Yuan arranged a place for the slaves, and then found the compatriots from the Pan-Asia East region, applied NAC registration for them, and promised all the slaves that 100 of the most diligent people would be freed from slavery next year, and re-employed as employees. Just like that, future development's business in the apocalyptic Africa was finally put on the agenda. The excavators dug an isolation belt around the land in the first phase and diverted water from Lake Victoria. Then the workers set fires on the grassland and burned the grass in the isolation zone. The fire burned for 3 days. 3 days later, a heavy rain mixed in the ash on the ground deep into the soil. The mixture was an excellent fertilizer with all the mineral elements required by crops. When it was sunny, machineries drove onto the bare land, tilled the land, planted seeds. On the other hand, Feng Yuan's assistant Yuan Liwei organized an engineering team and began to dig a small irrigation canal inward from the isolation belt. They planned to plant rice on 500,000 mu's of the land that harvested for 3 times a year. Another 500,000 mu's of land would be planted with cash crops such as sugar cane, coffee, cocoa, as well as fruit trees that Africans have never thought of planting in the past. In the modern world, future building. Xiao reported to Jiang Chen on the progress of future development's first contract. Although in the modern world, future development was no different than a shell company, Jiang Chen still created an office for her after he couldn't stand her constant nagging. Our employees have established a base on the east bank of Lake Victoria and transported about 100,000 bags of cement and 7,000 bundles of steel bars there. The fences and housing facilities have been completed. We also found a medium-sized iron mine there. Although there were signs of mining activities there, it was not deep. We bought the 20-year mining rights for that iron mine with 20 power armors. Now we can not only import food but also iron from there. As Xiao, who was in a purple dress, spoke with the same dignified smile, Jiang Chen could still feel the excitement gleaming in her eyes. She really did like this job. Although Jiang Chen didn't know how long this youthwasm would last, he was still very happy that she found a career she enjoyed. In time, maybe she could really become a qualified entrepreneur, like Xia Xiu, and become his strong support. Jupiter 2, or Europa in astronomy. The moon of Jupiter had nothing to do with the land known as Europa, but rather, it was named after a beautiful Phoenician princess in ancient Greek mythology. Although the spelling was the same, the meanings were very different. And the facts also proved that the moon floating in the deep and vast universe, suspected of nurturing life, was indeed as beautiful as an exotic princess. Ice flakes danced in the air on the vast glacier. Icicles popped up from the cracks on the surface from time to time, then scattered down like frozen flowers. The thin atmosphere contained a trace of oxygen, although relative to the oxygen content of the Earth's atmosphere, this amount was not worth mentioning. On top of the endless whiteness, a small half of the sky was occupied by the enormous Jupiter, which extended from the horizon all the way up. It gave people the illusion that if you walked towards Jupiter, you would eventually get there. Due to tidal locking, the huge planet always hovered in the same place. Most of the light came from the sunlight reflected by Jupiter. As for the sun itself, it was just a soft bright spot. Therefore, the side that faced Jupiter was always bright, with the glacier illuminated into whiteness, while on the other side, away from Jupiter, was eternal darkness. The temperature at the equator was below -160°C, and the temperature at the poles was below -200°C. The ice layer on Europa's surface was several kilometers thick, and under the thick ice layer was a vast ocean much deeper than Earth's ocean. But in general, the climate here was still much better than that in Himalaya. Located between two glaciers was a black-colored colony. As for why the color of the colony was incompatible with the background, it was to absorb as much heat and light from Jupiter's limited light as possible. At this moment, the colony's hatch slowly opened, and a space vehicle pulled out of the garage and headed for the well not far away. This is number Z1214. I have arrived at the destination. The drilling platform is operating in stable condition, the battery is being replaced. Received, please continue to report the current situation. Roger. An engineer in a heavy spacesuit jumped out from a vehicle, opened the trunk, and took out a battery about the size of a laptop computer. He then walked towards the drilling platform. His name was Tan Ming, from Hua, and one of the first group of immigrants in the Earth Defense Alliance colonization plan. Before he stepped onto this land, he only received 1 month of adaptive training on the moon. As for the battery in his hand, it was a nuclear battery that contained helium and tritium protected by a thick lead barrier. The gravitational environment on Europa was slightly better than Himalaya, about 1/7 of Earth's gravity, slightly lower than that of the Moon. Anyone who has received spacewalk training in Lunar City could easily adapt to this degree of gravity. Tan Ming jumped onto the platform, took out a wrench from behind his back, then twisted open the bolts that fixed the battery. He then pulled out a data cable, connected it to the wrist-mounted computer on his arm, and typed in the unlock password. With a soft click sound, followed by the sound of air leaking, the movable door that fixed the battery popped open. He skillfully removed the battery from the drilling platform, then put the battery in his left hand into the groove. Finally, he closed the battery compartment door again and tightened the bolts. This is number Z1214. The battery has been replaced and the drilling power supply is normal. Check the drill. Checking. Tan Ming typed a few buttons on the wrist-mounted computer, watched the progress bar go to full, then heaved a sigh of relief, and continued to report, the drill is in good condition. Do you want me to open it? Open it. He jumped off the drilling platform and floated steadily back to the ground. The drilling platform behind him began to operate again with a muffled rumble coming from underneath his feet. In the outpost not far away, all scientists, no matter which country they were from, were now gathered in the command room of the outpost. They quietly watched the red line on the screen that continued to go down. They had waited for this moment from when the drill was first built. Now, a month had passed in a blink of an eye. Based on the analysis of the Institute of Extraterrestrial Biology from Koro University, the suitable seabed temperature combined with the abundant oxygen resources, as well as the light from the seabed volcanoes, meant that there was likely to be life activities under Europa's ice cover. All drill bits and detectors were sterilized to avoid contamination of Europa's oceans by the Earth's bacteria or viruses. The red dot that marked the drill bit continued downward, and the return shock wave began to change from weak to strong as it got closer and closer to the interface between ice and water. If everything went smoothly, today was the day it'd penetrate through the ice. At this moment, on another holographic screen, the shock wave suddenly jittered violently, followed by the raging alarm. The entire command room soon turned into boiling water, and all the staff immediately started to move. The ice layer has cracked, and a large amount of gas moving upwards has been detected. Stop drilling and detonate the perforating device. Roger that. After the staff in front of the command platform received the commander's order, he immediately grasped the red handle and pushed it to the bottom with force. On Europa, heat was more important than water. The water resources here were extremely rich, with more water than Earth. The water on Earth was mostly on the surface, but Europa's water was all in its stomach. NASA made a horizontal comparison a long time ago. They made a model of Earth's water resources and Europa's water resources into a sphere, and the conclusion was the same. Tidal force caused Europa to be in a state of repeated stretching and contraction. The energy generated by this movement heated the seawater under the ice layer, and together with submarine volcanic activity, it provided heat for life activities on the seafloor. However, it was precisely because of the stretching and contraction movement caused by this tidal force that made Europa's ice sheet prone to compression, similar to the movement of Earth's tectonic plates, which resulted in cracked and uplifted glaciers and fractured ice valleys. For this reason, it was very common to observe the spectacular scene where water streams erupted kilometers up into the air, then instantly solidified into ice crystals at ultra-low temperatures. Almost as soon as the handle was pushed down, the drill bit, which was several kilometers deep into the ice sheet, suddenly flashed for a brief moment. The electromagnetic force ejected the anchor hook, slammed into the ice cap squeezing the drill pipe, and firmly tightened the drill bit into the ice sheet. At the same time, the location under the drill bit began to shake violently as cracks began to spread upward on the ice sheet. The ice cap began to break in large chunks, until the moment when the cracks touched the drill bit, the entire ice cap was like a pierced balloon that shattered instantly. The seawater mixed with high-pressure air bubbles instantly collided with the drill bit. Damn it! The drill pipe is broken. Z-1214, evacuate the area immediately, I repeat, evacuate immediately. As Tan Ming felt the tremor under his feet, he took a few steps back with a horrified look on his face. When he heard the command, he immediately climbed into the vehicle. While he started the engine, he roared with all his force. Fu*K. What did you just do? We didn't do anything. The situation underneath may be more complicated than we thought. Anyway, get out of there quickly, the command center said something else after, but he couldn't pay more attention to it. As soon as he sat into the seat, he started the space vehicle at the fastest speed, pressed down the accelerator to the limit. However, after he desperately drove 600 meters further, he heard a muffled bang from under his chair that almost lifted him up from his seat. Fu*K. His head jerked forward violently, he subconsciously turned his head and saw the drilling platform tens of meters high was blasted into the sky by icicles like a volcanic eruption. The spiraling water column scattered down circles of ice flakes, just like a tornado, they danced freely in the air. He subconsciously released the force on the accelerator as the vehicle had escaped from the danger zone. Bean-sized hails hit the glass window gently, but his sight was firmly frozen on the scene. Tan Ming could swear. It was definitely the most spectacular scene he has ever seen in his life. Inside the Celestial City Space Command Center, the staff that sat in front of the computers also waited for news from Europa. Although the outpost on Europa was equipped with a quantum communication device, a slight delay in communication was still present. When the picture of the drilling platform being blown up was transmitted here, almost everyone in the Space Command held their breath. After about half a minute, the staff took off their headphones in silence, and many people let out a depressed sigh. Unlike the feelings of depression and regret in the mind of these researchers, Jiang Chen was in pain as he watched the platform blow up on the holographic screen. A blowout like this was the equivalent of $2 billion, and it also meant that the works of Europa's outpost over the past month had been in vain. The upwelling seawater would backfill the cracks that were drilled through quickly and eventually freeze again. Fortunately, the colonists activated the perforating device in time and left the drill bit and the deep-sea robot under the ice sheet. It was only saving grace behind the month of work. But after Jiang Chen remembered that the costs of Europa colonization were split with major member states, he felt a little better. At least he was not the only one that lost money. Drilling for water is the wrong choice. The water pressure below the ice sheet is unimaginable. When our drill bit was about 200 meters away from the bottom of the ice sheet, the ocean directly ruptured the ice sheet, which led to the subsequent blowout. Kelvin looked at the giant fountain shaped like an umbrella from the image captured by the orbiting satellite. The frown on his face was very apparent while he was in deep thought. How is the situation with the deep-sea robot? Jiang Chen asked. It is operating normally. It can be activated again once the ocean current environment is stabilized. When Kelvin heard Jiang Chen's question, he pointed at the line of parameters in the lower right corner of the holographic screen. This is the pressure. You can see that the parameters are changing rapidly. Our deep-sea robot is probably, will it be swallowed by a big fish? Kelvin had to process the question for a brief second. When he realized that Jiang Chen told a joke, he laughed out. It's not possible. In such a primitive ecosystem, there can be no overly large organisms. Otherwise, there will be serious problems in both the consumption of organic matter and the supply of heat. It is no exaggeration to say that a whale will overwhelm the entire Europa ecosystem. You can't be certain. Jiang Chen smiled and looked at the changing parameters. When we first set foot on Mars, didn't we think it was just a desert? But under the sand, there was always weird stuff coming out. Before the truth is revealed, no one can guarantee that their inference is correct. Of course, from the perspective of investors, he still hoped that nothing weird would pop up from underneath Europa. Otherwise, it would not only increase costs with no benefits, but the solar system would also be too lively of a place. Knock on wood. Hey! Lin head was gently tapped on as she covered her forehead and stared at Jiang Chen in anger. Jiang Chen, who knew that he did not use force at all, ignored Lin's exaggerated reaction, pretended not to see her, and continued on the topic just now. What about the life signals? We should have been monitoring this, right? Kelvin glanced awkwardly between the two while he decided to ignore the little tale behind Jiang Chen, and continued after a light cough. Based on the life signal wave we sent to Europa's seabed, we did detect some traces of suspected life sources on the seafloor. However, due to the distance, the authenticity of those life sources is still uncertain, because the life signal detection device is only effective for mammals and birds, it is very ineffective for arthropods, chordates, and other temperature-changing animals, and the effectiveness for plants is almost negligible. Am I right? Lin triumphantly raised her chest and looked like she was very proud of herself. Kelvin looked at Lin in surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect a girl her age to know so much. Just from her age alone, she was probably slightly older than his daughter. Of course, this thought was only true because he did not know about digitalized humans. If Kelvin learned Lin's true age, his expression would be much more interesting compared to now. Don't worry about her, let her just show off. Jiang Chen looked helplessly at Lin. Recently, she had been acting a little abnormal, and he didn't know what to say. After he coughed to signal for them to return to the right topic, looked at the numbers that jump on the holographic screen, and then said, "Is there any good solutions regarding the problem of the colony's water source? I will discuss with the engineers of future heavy industries and see if we can solve the blowout problem through engineering design." Kelvin lowered his head and thought for a moment, but he responded somewhat helplessly, "Before solving this problem, we will have to continue to use electricity to heat ice cubes." Electric heating was the most energy-consuming method of creating water. It meant that Europa, which was not an energy-abundant moon, had to find a way to generate electricity. The hope was on the nearby Jupiter. The gas giant emitted 18,000 times Earth's radiation. Under the bombardment of high-energy particles, there should be a lot of tritium on Europa's surface. In the meantime, the ocean current environment near the robot finally stabilized. The colonists far away on Europa started the execution program of the deep-sea robot. The sphere wrapped in titanium alloy released a string of bubbles between its gaps, and the blade-like stacked armor shrank inward from the tail. It exposed the propeller hidden in the armor and began to move forward as the motor started. On Jiang Chen's side, it didn't take long for the video frame in the lower right corner of the holographic screen to light up. The picture came directly from the front camera of the deep-sea robot. The only area visible was the area illuminated by the searchlight. Lin Lin opened her eyes slightly and stared at the picture on the screen intently. Although Europa was also colonized in the 22nd century, that kind of remote matter obviously had nothing to do with her as she laid in the hospital bed all the time then. Will the digitalized human feel uncomfortable? Jiang Chen asked in a low voice. Uncomfortable? Lin Lin tilted her head. Deep-sea phobia. Jiang Chen said, although I don't have it, I still feel a kind of instinctive discomfort when I watch the picture gradually descend. You should ask Lilith about this. Lin Lin rolled her eyes. Just as the two whispered to each other, a ray of light suddenly appeared on the screen. The faint light did not come from the beam of the searchlight, but the deeper seabed. The person at the outpost turned off the searchlight on the deep-sea robot, adjusted the motor's output power, slowed down, and moved to the light source below. When the behemoth appeared on the screen, everyone in the command room let out a surprised exclaim of different sorts in unison. As for Lin Lin, her eyes almost bulged out. When Jiang Chen saw what appeared on the screen, his pupils constricted as he muttered to himself. Why is this here? In the outpost command room, researchers from different countries stood in front of the holographic screen, widened their eyes, and looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. The submarine volcano exuded a red-hot glow, and strings of bubbles rose from the bottom of the sea. A huge starship was embedded between the bottomless trench and the towering rock wall. The fearsome-looking steel armor was covered with blood-red seaweed that looked like mottled rust. When Colonial Governor Peng Wei saw the majestic battleship on the holographic screen, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Envoy class. No, it was a bit bigger than the Envoy class. He had seen the Envoy class and was even close to getting on that ship to represent Earth Defense Alliance to the Kuiper Belt. Later, because of a sudden job transfer, he was transferred into the Colonial Reserve Army and finally became an honorable colonial governor. Let's get closer. Peng Wei ordered. Yes. The staff in charge of operating the robot moved the joystick. The deep-sea robot several kilometers under the ice cap restarted its motor, the blade-like propeller turned again and moved towards the starship below. What do you see? A line of letters. Get closer, I can't see them clearly. The blood-red seaweed covered the line of white paint. In desperation, the staff had to operate the deep-sea robot closer and cleaned up the seaweed with the mechanical arm. Soon, the seaweed that covered the line of white characters was peeled off and it revealed the first few initials. Russian. Peng Wei was caught off guard. He thought he would see some extraterrestrial letters, but he didn't expect it to be a language that was present on Earth. He was not the only one surprised, the staff from different countries were also astonished. Surprised and shocked cries and exclaims filled the command room, especially from the astronaut from Russia, who said in an excited but trembling voice when he saw the line of letters. The Baikonur launch site, that can't be wrong, this is the initials of the Baikonur launch site. But, why is the name Baikonur here? The Baikonur launch base has never had a launch plan for Europa and had never launched such a large starship. The only company capable of building starships is Future Heavy Industries. The detection plan is terminated immediately. Peng Wei patted the robot operator on the shoulder and immediately ordered as he realized the seriousness of the problem, enter the silent state. The operator took a second to process the order he just received. He didn't understand why he had to stop now, but when he saw the serious expression on the governor's face, he nodded subconsciously, okay. The deep-sea robot moved away from the starship sleeping on the bottom of the sea, flew towards the rock wall on the side, and launched a hook to the rock wall to fix itself. The detection plan was suddenly terminated, which shocked all the staff in the command room. Wait, why stop? The Slavic astronaut stepped forward and grabbed Peng Wei's arm. He shouted emotionally, we are only one step away from the truth, and we will be able to, before we can confirm that what we are about to uncover is the truth and not trouble, we need to have a meeting. Peng Wei stared into the eyes of the Slavic astronaut, and said in an absolute, irrefutable tone, you are a bit too emotional, I suggest you calm down first, Mr. Kutpov. After Peng Wei finished the sentence, he ignored the astronaut from Russia, took off the radio on his shoulder, and was about to notify the managers of the different countries to go to the conference room of the outpost center for a meeting, but at this time, the behemoth in the holographic screen suddenly moved. Dense bubbles rose from the bottom of the sea, and the huge shock wave crashed into the deep-sea robot with the tumbling ocean current. Fortunately, the hook prevented it from being swept away by the impact. The continuous shaking image along with the rising ocean current parameters made Peng Wei's pupils constrict suddenly, and both of his hands slammed on the table in front of the holographic image. What happened? That starship, the staff operating the deep-sea robot gulped down the dry lump in his throat, with a look of disbelief in his eyes, he squeezed out the words with difficulty, it seemed to have moved. It was not seemed, it actually happened. Perhaps it was awakened by the deep-sea robot when it cleaned the seaweed, but the behemoth sleeping on the bottom of the sea made a low muffled bang. Bubbles emerged from the bottom of the sea again and just like a wall made from fog, they almost covered the entire starship. Everyone in the command room widened their eyes and stared at the huge starship. However, before they could see what was happening there, the image on the holographic screen turned into whiteness. What's going on? Peng Wei was stunned, and hurriedly asked the operator of the deep-sea robot. I don't know, it may be that the ocean current just hit the camera. The operator sweated profusely and checked the robot's parameters while he prayed for the robot not to malfunction. Damn it, the camera is normal. The sensory device is also normal. What went wrong? At this moment, the picture on the holographic screen flashed suddenly, and the whiteness in the screen disappeared. However, what made everyone in the room freeze was that the picture projected on the holographic screen was obviously not from the camera on the deep-sea robot, but a circular meeting room. Our communication is hijacked. The operator stopped the meaningless struggle and his hands left the control pad. He swallowed down his saliva and said with difficulty in his tone, the other party's technology is better than ours, and it's not just technology. This is nonsense. Peng Wei thought in his mind, but he didn't speak, because his attention had been stuck on the holographic screen. In the center of the empty meeting room, light blue particles gathered and gradually formed into a figure. Inside Celestial City Space Command Center, the expressions of Jiang Chen and Lin Lin froze from the moment the starship appeared. It wasn't until the figure appeared in the center of the meeting room that he came back to his senses. A long time ago, Jiang Chen had thought about the countless possibilities of the two worlds colliding and what kind of picture it would be, but he had never thought that this moment would come so suddenly. He even felt a little caught off guard. The man had his head shaved, wore a weird gown with weird edges, and had a few tubes connected to his back. There was also a strange pattern on the top of his head. "Hello, I'm Golovin, nice to meet you." The man on the screen was very polite and nodded while he spoke. However, this kind of politeness was formulaic. From the indifferent gaze, Jiang Chen couldn't see the slightest emotion or color. What happened? Kelvin looked dumbfounded while he stared at the man claiming to be Golovin on the holographic screen. He had lost his ability to speak at this moment. Alien? But why do aliens look like humans? Space colonization ship Svetovid, next to Jiang Chen, Lin whispered in a voice that only Jiang Chen could hear, the masterpiece of the Baikonur launch base, the space colonization ship from CCCP. Svetovid is one of the main deities in Slavic mythology and is the god of war, fertility, and abundance. As the god of the Slavs on the Baltic coast, he is depicted as having 4 heads and 4 faces, riding a white horse, holding a sword and a spear, and often accompanied by 300 cavalries. Not all space colonization ships were mythological, but to some extent, all the ships inherited the culture and blood of their suzerain state. The space colonization ship named after Svetovid, codenamed Courage, aimed at a small wormhole 3.2 light-years away from the solar system. The plans of different countries were akin to this. 2 ships set off at the same time, with one headed to a wormhole theoretically capable of jumping to hundreds of light-years away to find new hope in the unknown universe, while the other sailed into the expansive universe and passed through centuries in hibernation. Golovin couldn't remember exactly how long he slept. He only remembered that at the very end, the chairman patted him on the shoulder and told him in a solemn tone that the Soviet future was already on his shoulders. However, to this day, the specific content of that mission and the dogma that he once firmly believed had long been forgotten in the passage of time. As for how he survived through time, it was another story that needed time to tell. Our communication channel has been hijacked. Their starship is probably equipped with high-power quantum communication equipment. Kelvin lowered his voice and said to Jiang Chen, "They parsed our communication code, bypassed the outpost on Europa, and directly connected to our communication channel." When he heard this news, Jiang Chen looked a bit surprised. It's the quantum communication technology with the highest security. After he thought for a moment, he immediately made a decision. Let Europa suspend the project and censor the news first. Also, immediately expel those who don't have enough authority from here. Roger. Kelvin nodded and walked quickly to the side. Soon, a large number of staff members were taken away from the command center and only a few people remained. Jiang Chen looked at the man on the screen, deliberated for a moment, pressed on the communication button, and connected into the communication channel of the starship. He then said in a humble but dignified voice. Jiang Chen, Chief Director of the Earth Defense Alliance and President of Celestial Trade. I would like to greet you with my welcome while at the same time, I hope you can explain your intention to hijack our communication channel. Please forgive our abrupt behavior, but please believe that we have no ill intention. It just happened as our last resort, Golovin continued in the same monotone. He slightly lowered his head and continued, we are running out of time, and only you can help us. What do you want? Jiang Chen stared at him and asked. Our people need supplies, Golovin said briefly, in straightforwardness, if you can, please rescue us from the ice sheet. It can't be done, Jiang Chen shook his head. It's not that I don't want to help you, but we don't have the technology to help you. We tried drilling into the ice sheet, but it was quickly destroyed by water pressure, and the shaft was instantly frozen again. Jiang Chen was more curious about how he ended up in the ice sheet of Europa. It was an ice sheet few kilometers thick. Even the thinnest place was beyond the maximum thickness of the polar ice cap. Golovin did not say anything, instead, his finger moved in the air. A string of zeros and ones seemed to have ripped a void in the area that the finger passed through and began to spill to Jiang Chen's side. In the brief glimpse, a large amount of data flowed in through the communication channel into the Space Command server. Warning, a large stream of data incoming. Lilith's voice rang in Jiang Chen's ear. Now she was responsible for the information security of the entire celestial city. Of course, this huge data stream caught her attention immediately. Analyze the content of the data, Jiang Chen ordered. Working, the analysis is finished. It's a lot of holographic images and text descriptions. Lilith, who was lying on the sofa in the mansion on Coral Island, blinked. It's confirmed that the data is not dangerous. Do you want to lift the quarantine? Quarantine in a separate server first. After he ordered, he took a pause, then looked at Gallivan on the screen. Can you explain what just happened? Just a bunch of old files that you may find helpful. Gallivan nodded. Before we revived, we had half a century of experience developing Europa. Based on our observation, what you're lacking is not knowledge, but technology, as well as a new way of thinking. Jiang Chen swiped his finger across the holographic screen as he glanced through the information Gallivan sent. There was a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Gallivan sent him a blueprint on how the CCCP developed Jupiter and its moons. Is this sincere enough? Gallivan asked. Enough. As he turned off the holographic image of the watch, he looked at him. While he was still vigilant, it was not as explicit as before, but before I help you, I must figure out where you are from and what you plan to do. Gallivan did not evade this question and responded with a tone without ups and downs. The wormhole jump had a little malfunction, and our scientists miscalculated a decimal point, which caused us to sleep for too long. In the virtual Garden of Eden, we spent almost endless years and took a little time from those almost endless years to solve the problems we faced. Because we know that the virtual paradise does not belong to us, we will be awakened someday in the future. When we escaped from the wormhole, we have appeared on Europa's seafloor. I know this is unbelievable, but this is what we have experienced. After Gallivan finished, Jiang Chen continued to stare at him as he tried to read deception or similar emotions from his pupils. However, it turned out that it was futile because emotions seemed to not exist on him from the beginning. Gallivan saw that Jiang Chen didn't speak and continued. You should have been in contact with people over there, right? Over there? Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. At this moment, Gallivan said the name that sure made Jiang Chen surprised, the Void. Have you seen them? Jiang Chen frowned. We stayed in the Void for a short time and had a relationship with those poor people. Gallivan said, they told us the story about you and all of you and the troubles you face. In the end, they hope we can help you. I know there is no free lunch in this world. Jiang Chen stared at Gallivan and said, what is your intention? Intention? Bewildered by this word for about 2 seconds, a smile appeared on Gallivan's face. With your way of thinking, there is no problem with interpreting it this way. First of all, we need a piece of land to rest, a place not disturbed by anyone. In exchange, we will help you. In exchange, we will help you. The last sentence made Jiang Chen unable to refuse Gallivan's request. Against the invasion of harmony, the civilization of Earth that just managed to step into the starry night was like a newborn baby. Jiang Chen did not know what exactly the Svetovit experienced when it went through the wormhole. He simply did not want to let any opportunity that increased their chances go. Even if it meant a certain amount of risk. Moreover, after he saw Gallivan, he suddenly had an idea. We will provide you with all necessary help to get you out of the ice sheet. At the same time, we will allow you to register companies in Xian and participate in the development of outer space resources. Of course, this is only nominally. We will provide you with a piece of land on Mars and a space elevator. We will remember your kindness. Gallivan nodded. My people and I don't want to be disturbed, but it doesn't mean that we are not gregarious. We will maintain a dialogue with you and hope that our friendship can grow to eternity. How should I call you? Jiang Chen said, I mean, you and your people, Soviets. Or something else. Soviets. Gallivan raised his head. A very old name, accompanied by an unpleasant memory. If it is convenient, I would prefer you to call me and my people Gallivans. Gallivans? Jiang Chen was taken aback, puzzled. Isn't this your name? Yes, Golovin nodded. Is there a problem? The problem was asking, is there a problem, with a straight face. If Jiang Chen's own understanding was correct, then there were some fundamental differences between the two. Fortunately, it was not the first time Jiang Chen encountered a civilization completely different from human society, so he did not show too much surprise, but wisely chose to ignore this problem for now, which led to his contemplation of the issue just now. Let's put these insignificant things aside. It will take a while to get you out of the ice sheet. During this time, I hope you can cooperate with me. If it's a technical question, I will answer all I know, Golovin said. It's not a technical problem. Well, to put it simply, I hope you can put on an act. Worried that this foreigner would misunderstand the situation, Jiang Chen was direct and stated his intentions. An act? Golovin stared at Jiang Chen. What's the significance? Politics, Jiang Chen said. Against the invasion of harmony, a united Earth Federation definitely has a better chance of winning than a loose defense alliance. In fact, we have made some preparations for the establishment of the Earth Federation, but there are still a lot of troubles in front of us. In short, we need an opportunity. At this point, Jiang Chen stopped and just stared at Golovin. That sentence could be directly interpreted without having to be finished. You are the opportunity. Politics? Golovin blinked but did not respond right away. His deep pupils seemed to say he was recollecting a distant memory again. Then he lowered his head and whispered, a very old vocabulary, accompanied by an unpleasant memory. Does a civilization become advanced as long as you go through the wormhole? Jiang Chen, who had been thinking about something, suddenly asked after he left the command center. I don't know, why do you suddenly think this way? Lin Lin looked at him inexplicably and asked. It's just a feeling. After he carefully thought about it, it seemed to be the case. If Jiang Chen recalled correctly, a total of 3 colonization ships passed through the wormhole. One of them flew into the void and became a drifter in the crevice of the dimensions. Together with the starship itself, they became an immortal but non-existent quantum state. Another ship seemed to be called the Brahma. It leaped into this dimension and came to the Gliese galaxy, 20.5 light-years away from the solar system. After thousands of years of evolution, it eventually evolved into a biological civilization that swallowed the entire planet. As for the Svetovid, Jiang Chen hadn't noticed their immaculateness, or rather, it was weak enough to be trapped under the ice sheet of Europa and asked for his rescue. But instinct told Jiang Chen that the secrets between the Svetovid were not small. Especially from Golovin's words, Jiang Chen discovered that these people actually had a relationship with those remnants of the void. Disregard the uniqueness of the Svetovid, even if they received a little help from the remnants of the void, they would be similar to the Gaia civilization. Of course, this horizontal comparison was mainly based on related research in antimatter. From the data of the Gaia civilization, the collection and storage of antimatter were inferior in all respects compared to the gifts given to Jiang Chen by the remnants of the void. After they returned to the hotel in Celestial City, Jiang Chen tossed his coat on the hanger, loosened the button around his neck, and looked at Lin Lin who was already rolling on the bed. Speechlessly, he said, "Are you not going to shower before you get into bed? What's the matter? My metabolism is less than 1/10 of yours." Lin Lin spat out her tongue at him, then sat up on the bed with her arms wrapped around a pillow while her 2 feet dangled off the bed. Where should we go tomorrow? Should we go to Lunar City? I haven't been to the moon yet. It's too far, maybe next time when we have the opportunity. He walked beside the floor-to-ceiling window, then sat down on the chair that looked like a hollowed-out pumpkin. The Earth was outside the window, with a panoramic view of the entire Eastern Hemisphere. Instead of enjoying the scenery that he has seen countless times, he turned on the holographic screen of the watch. Soon, Lilith's holographic image appeared to his left. Have you analyzed the data? Jiang Chen asked. The data naturally referred to the engineering drawings and technical data sent by Golovin, which was more than 500 terabytes. After the transmission finished, he sent the data into a backup server for isolation and storage. Although Jiang Chen didn't think Golovin had a reason to deceive him, it was always important to be careful. The analysis has been completed, and no viruses or backdoor programs have been found, Lilith said. His own judgment was confirmed, and Jiang Chen was slightly relieved. Any further instructions? Lilith asked. No, Jiang Chen said. Almost as soon he finished the sentence, Lilith's figure disappeared. There was no need to guess at all. She was probably in a dungeon again in either Godly Land or Galaxy Edge. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. Advanced artificial intelligence addicted to online games definitely has the potential to become the most interesting cold joke this year. Are you busy now? Lin Lin stared at the back at Jiang Chen's head while she asked in a whisper. No, he turned his chair around and looked at Lin Lin. He instantly understood the expression on her face and could not stop smiling. What's the matter? Then, Lin Lin, who squeezed her index fingers together and hugged the pillow, suddenly was afraid to look at Jiang Chen. The flush of her face started to become apparent while she said, then, hurry up and take a shower. Shower? Jiang Chen pretended he did not understand what she meant. Why do I need to shower so early? I'm not going to sleep yet. Because. I want, you want. Jiang Chen suddenly felt he had become more sadist as he looked at Lin Lin, who shrunk into a ball. Her cheeks flushed, and her head began to steam. It seemed that after he pushed down Yao Yao, the last remaining bit of discipline he had was also tossed away. In a playful gaze, Jiang Chen watched Lin Lin while he debated how to tease this little bunny that always had an unforgiving mouth. Just then, Lin Lin, whose lips trembled, seemed to have reached the breaking point of shamefulness. Finally, Lin Lin noticed the smile on Jiang Chen's face, and she exploded out of shame. Pervert, don't let me say it. Her face turned the color of a ripe red apple as she angrily tossed a pillow in Jiang Chen's direction. If it weren't for the different colored eyes and silver-colored hair, Jiang Chen would occasionally forget Lin Lin's identity, as well as Tingting that lived inside her. The feeling of kissing a digitalized human was not much different. He could still feel the temperature between the saliva, the heartbeat of the girl, as well as the passion inside her. It was enough. The next morning, when Jiang Chen woke up, Lin Lin laid on his chest and slept like a little cat. After he gently moved her aside, covered her with a quilt, he sat up from the bed and put on his pajamas. At the same time, he wore his watch. 2 sandwiches, 2 cups of hot milk, room A702. He called the front desk and ordered breakfast. After he had done that, he went to take a shower. When he came out wrapped in a bath towel, the waiter had already pushed the dining cart to the door and delivered the hot steamy breakfast to his hands. Perhaps Lin Lin smelled the aroma of food. She woke up from her dream. Her slightly messy hair dropped on her face while she sat up on the bed in a daze. She stared at the breakfast on the table for a long time, sniffed with her cute little nose, and then finally felt more awake. Come have breakfast if you're awake, remember to brush your teeth first. Jiang Chen threw the wrapping paper into the garbage bin while he quickly drank the last sip of milk. Are we still going to go to the Space Command Center today? Lin Lin muttered while she put on a t-shirt. No, we have to go back today. This quickly? Lin Lin pouted. She could only have Jiang Chen to herself here. We can't stay here all the time. Jiang Chen rubbed Lin Lin's head. I will take you here when I have a chance in the future. Deal. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded at the pouting Yao Yao. The trivial matters like checking out of the hotel were naturally for his assistant. He carried his bag and brought Lin Lin to the apron, where he sat into the G100 that had been waiting for him. Almost immediately after he got off the plane, he received a call from Zhang Yaping, and the first sentence did not surprise him. Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov hopes to meet with you. Russian Foreign Minister? Why haven't I heard that he is planning to visit Xi'an? He only applied yesterday. It should be a temporary adjustment of the itinerary. Did something happen again? Zhang Yaping could not help but ask. Why do you ask? Jiang Chen laughed. Because it's not just the Russian foreign minister. Just yesterday at noon, our consulates around the world probably received more than a dozen applications for foreign affairs visits, Zhang Yaping said. Something happened, Jiang Chen smiled, but you will see it in the news soon, so there is no need for me to talk nonsense here. Zhang Yaping was taken aback for a moment. He wanted to ask a few more questions, but he saw that Jiang Chen didn't seem to want to say more, so he gave up on the thought. What about the Russian foreign minister? After Jiang Chen debated for a moment, he replied. Let him wait for me in future building. I will go there at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Chen was not too concerned if Golovin got in touch with other countries. After all, although all countries knew a little bit about quantum communication technology, the quantum entanglement to achieve superluminal communication was still firmly controlled by celestial trade. Even if Golovin was interested in communicating with other countries on Earth, the first step was for the countries to hear him. Otherwise, it would be like shouting into empty space while the other side was deaf. As for the contact between researchers to their home countries, Jiang Chen could not stop this from happening. A joint project worth hundreds of billions of dollars in investment was not like an illegal coal mine. There was no doubt that the astronauts on Europa sent the news from yesterday back to Earth via radio. A message in text form did not require sophisticated technology at all, not to mention that it would be only 1 kilobyte in size. But Jiang Chen didn't plan to censor the news, otherwise, he wouldn't have told so many things to Golovin, as well as asked him to put on an act. And the first person to visit was from Russia. It was what Jiang Chen expected. After all, that starship's name was written in Russian. It was likely that last night, no one from the Kremlin had a good night's sleep. Hello. In the reception room of the future building, Jiang Chen met Foreign Minister Lavrov. Jiang Chen had met the foreign minister from Russia several times in previous international conferences. After they shook hands, Jiang Chen gestured for him to take a seat and asked the waiter to pour tea. Mr. Lavrov made a special trip for what matter? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. I heard some rumors recently and I wanted to verify them. Lavrov smiled and subtly probed in a chattering tone. I heard that under the ice sheet of Europa, there is a starship with Russian text on it. The name of the Baikonur Cosmodrome is also written on it. I don't know if it's true. It's the case. To Lavrov's surprise, Jiang Chen did not hide the news. He not only was straightforward, but he also joked, although I don't know what's inside, it shouldn't be your lost starship, right? In fact, such a starship happened to be missing recently from the hangar of the Baikonur launch base. Although Lavrov wanted to say this very much, he knew that he himself would not believe it. There were two main reasons for his visit to Xi'an. One was to find out why the name of the Baikonur Cosmodrome was written on the alien starship, and the other more important reason was about the salvage of an alien ship. It is alien technology. And a starship well preserved. This alone was enough to make countries around the world hold their breath. If celestial trade did not let them join the fun in the past, it was understandable. After all, it was their technology. From their own perspective, they would do the same. But now, the major member states were invested in the Europa project. If celestial trade decided to monopolize the technology again, it won't be justified. Of course not, the question just now was just because of my personal curiosity. Lavrov smiled. I wonder what Mr. Jiang Chen plans to do with this alien ship. Of course, to salvage it first, and research on it together. There was a hint of surprise and disbelief in Lavrov's eyes after he heard Jiang Chen's answer. He thought he would have to spend a lot of effort and even have to surrender a lot of the interests that originally belonged to Russia, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so open and direct. So much so, he even forgot about the feasibility of salvaging that starship for the time being. It's just, at this moment when Lavrov was still processing the shock, Jiang Chen suddenly changed his tone and sighed softly. The guests on the starship made an unreasonable request. Guests? You mean? Lavrov's expression changed and his eyes were filled with disbelief. That's right, Jiang Chen nodded, that's not a shipwreck. There are living people on it. That's not a shipwreck. There are living people on it. When Lavrov left Future Building, he was still in a daze. As for what Jiang Chen said later, he could not make out the words clearly anymore. After he did his best to maintain the composure of a diplomat, he was in a daze the moment he stepped into the elevator. He found it difficult to digest the information for the time being. The value behind this starship already exceeded his imagination and exceeded the imagination of the Russia Space Agency and the Kremlin. Go back to the hotel, no, go to the embassy. After Lavrov got into the vehicle parked downstairs, he spoke to the driver subconsciously, but quickly changed his mind. He had to report the information to the Kremlin immediately. An alien ship sleeping under Europa's ice cap. For some reason, the name of the Baikonur Cosmodrome was printed on it. Not only that, the alien inside could still be alive. Okay, sir. The driver started the vehicle and entered the Maglev road smoothly. As Lavrov watched Future Building disappear from the rearview mirror, his thoughts were slightly pulled back from that alien starship, but at this moment, he started to frown because of another issue that he could not figure out. Future Group today seemed to be too generous. His instinct told him that the matter was not that simple. Just as Lavrov watched the Future Building disappear in the mirror, Jiang Chen, who stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the top-floor office, also watched Lavrov's vehicle shrink to a point at the end of the highway and merge into the constant flow of traffic in Koro City. You want to ask me why I told him so much? Jiang Chen smiled, turned around, and looked at Xia Shiyu who stood at the door. She shook her head, then smiled with her lips closed. You guessed wrong, I just came to ask if you want to go to the cafeteria for lunch. Aren't you curious? Jiang Chen asked. I'm your woman, after all, I can guess a little bit. Xia Shiyu rolled her eyes with a smug smile. Or, you want me to pretend to be ignorant, humbly ask for advice, and satisfy your vanity? I find that you are getting smarter and smarter. Do you want me to be smarter or more foolish? Xia Shiyu joked. This is fine, Jiang Chen said immediately without even thinking about it. It seems that you still have a conscience. With the corners of her mouth turned up, Xia Shiyu gazed at Jiang Chen. The two looked at each other affectionately for a long time, and Xia Shiyu suddenly burst out laughing. The bright smile was a March spring day beside the bank, warm but carried a hint of freshness like a spring breeze. Let's have lunch together. Xia Shiyu invited again after she combed the strands of hair beside her ear. Of course. Jiang Chen nodded. Lunch was still in the cafeteria on the top floor, and it was still in Jiang Chen's favorite spot. Ordinary employees tacitly set aside a private space for the two of them. Even if they were aware of Jiang Chen's easygoing attitude, no one unwittingly bothered them at this time. As usual, Xia Shiyu ordered a fruit salad and a cup of black coffee, which combined both sweet and bitter into her meal. As for Jiang Chen, there was a salmon fillet, French cheese bread, and a small bowl of creamy oyster soup in front of him. It was clear that the chef took a lot of effort in this meal. Although they were by no means complicated dishes, the aroma alone was worth Michelin 3-star and the salary paid by Future Group. That's all you're eating? Are you not going to be hungry? Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel distressed when he looked at the cherry tomatoes sprinkled with salad dressing on Xia Shiyu's fork and the lips stained with tomato juice. I sit in the office all day. If I eat too much, I won't digest. I'm more worried about you being hungry. That means you don't understand women. What does this have to do with whether I understand women? Xia Shiyu elegantly picked up a napkin and wiped the corner of her mouth, then changed the subject. What's the plan for the afternoon? I have a meeting with Mr. Golovin. I will probably use the holographic meeting room downstairs, Jiang Chen said. You should have told me earlier. You have plans? Yes. Future Heavy Industries plans to renew the medical drone contract with HCA in the UA. There will be 2 meetings between the subsidiary and the headquarters about supply and capacity coordination. At this point, Xia Xiyu paused for a moment, looked at Jiang Chen, and suddenly started to grin. Of course, no matter how important the meetings are, they are not as important as your meeting. I will ask them to adjust the timing. That smile really surprised Jiang Chen. Are you flirting with me? Maybe it was because Ms. Xia rarely smiled at the company. As a result, many of the employees who peeked in this direction were completely stunned. Among them, there were many young male employees and even female employees who just started at the company. They had to admit that even among the same sex, the temperament of Xia Xiyu's decisiveness was quite attractive. In the holographic conference room of Future Building, Jiang Chen walked to the conference table and sat down. This place was often used for meetings between group headquarters and subsidiaries on different continents, and occasionally it was used to negotiate with other multinational companies. After all, Future Technology sold this system, and many multinational companies have caught up with the trend. But it was the first time this room had the honor to negotiate with aliens. The waiter poured a cup of coffee for Jiang Chen, then left, and closed the door behind him. He clicked the watch and called Kelvin on Celestial City. Open the quantum communication module and lock the transmitter to Europa. Roger that. After Kelvin received the information, he immediately ordered the staff at Space Command Center to send a signal and request communication to Europa based on the agreed channel and password. Soon, the Space Command Center received a response from the Svetovid, and Kelvin immediately transferred the communication to the meeting room in Future Building for the discussion between his boss and the friendly alien. Inside the room, Jiang Chen did not wait for long. After he finished half of his coffee, light blue light particles gathered in front of him and formed into a shape. Not surprisingly, his holographic image was also copied onto the Svetovid at this moment. The two of them sat on both sides of the conference table as if they were talking face to face. If you are really sitting across from me now, I'll definitely buy you a drink. Jiang Chen looked at Golovin, smiled, and put down the coffee in his hand. It's a tempting proposal. I believe that day will not be too far away, Golovin said without a change of expression. We don't know enough about each other. You rely on that distant memory, and all we can rely on is our intuition. In order to avoid possible problem, I think we need to speak frankly and honestly. What do you want to talk about? Golovin asked. About you, Jiang Chen said while he stared at Golovin. Anything you think that can be revealed to us, that we don't know. This is our sincere request, and we want to get to know you. Although the technological capability of Golovin could be centuries ahead of Earth today, he did not show the arrogance of a higher civilization when he encountered a lower civilization, nor did his emotions change in the slightest. After he listened to Jiang Chen's request, he thought for a few seconds before he said a vocabulary that Jiang Chen had never heard before. Golovin mental system. Jiang Chen processed the vocabulary for a second, then asked subconsciously. What is that? A system that allows us to think together. There was a look of reminiscence in Golovin's pupils as if a switch that had been sealed in dust for a long time was turned on again. In the era with scarce resources, the word efficiency had been given a higher level of meaning. Every gram of steel must be used in the right place, every rivet must be sent to the right place, every citizen is a screw on a Soviet chariot. Jiang Chen stared at Golovin for a long time and a word suddenly popped out in his head. He blurted out subconsciously. Clone. He thought of the clone army that attacked the NAC on the subway line of Shangjing in the apocalypse, under the command of General Jaeger. Although till the end, he still hadn't figured out how much a clone fighter would cost. Judging from how they treated the clones, the cost was likely to be extremely cheap. Yes. Golovin nodded, but then shook his head right after, but it's not all right. After a pause, he continued. Human resources in the traditional sense are no longer applicable to the condition in Soviet at that time, so we set our sights on many technologies that were once considered taboo. The first thing that came to mind was the technology of cloning. We quickly acquired a young and strong workforce through petri dishes. Even after suffering a devastating EMP and all automated machinery had failed, our workers can use a file and a hammer to strike out a power armor. Is there such a big demand for labor in the 22nd century? If it's just a group of clones, what else can they do besides be cannon fodder on the battlefield? Jiang Chen wondered. In his understanding, the more developed the society, the higher level of automation in the production process, and the higher requirement for education in the labor force. Even if the Soviet Union obtained a huge labor force consisting of young adults through cloning, if the supporting educational resources did not keep up, it was not worthwhile. Of course, nothing can be achieved by just cloning humans, Golovin said. Traditional technology was combined with a concept that transcended the tradition. A brand new technology in a concept, never been imagined before, was evolved. It was the Golovin mental system. Golovin's words made Jiang Chen suddenly think of Lin Lin and her 2,000 younger sisters. Based on what she said, she and her sisters were connected by a network through a kind of mutual mind connection. Perhaps it was Dr. Lin who borrowed the design concepts of the Soviets. In short, the Golovin mental system made him feel a sense of déjà vu. And Golovin's next words also confirmed Jiang Chen's speculation. Every cloned person implanted in the Golovin mental system will no longer have independent thinking ability or personality, but will only serve as the carrier of the system. We no longer need to brainwash them with news, movies, and music. They are born to serve us, with a unified belief and a great will. Here we refer to the Soviets. We have not forgotten those great and dark years, but we just don't want to think of it, Golovin said. After countless version updates, the current Golovin mental system has been given more meaning by us. First, we redefined the meaning of life and deleted useless thoughts such as doctrines and dogmas from our system. Then, it's culture, science, military. Until now, all the aspects that we can think of have been perfected. Jiang Chen looked at Golovin in a daze as he was speechless at this moment. He never expected that the CCCP would take such an unexpected route. They stuffed a group of clones who were instilled with communism into the colonization ship, let them serve as the carrier of belief, to spread their belief. But after he thought about it again, it made sense. There was not another group more suitable to spread their belief than a group of clones without the ability to think. They did not doubt, were not confused, and did not get frustrated. It was just that they probably did not expect that in the passage of time, the clones managed to fix the thoughts that were formulated. Through continuous self-updates, not only did the Golovin mental system change completely, but on this basis, the entire system was transformed into a clustered conscious body that communicated with each other. Jiang Chen's Adam's apple moved slightly, then he asked the question he had held back for a long time, so the name Golovin, Golovin's name is Golovin, it is not only our common name but also the name of each of us, Golovin said. Jiang Chen finally understood why when he asked the name of his group, his answer was just, Golovin's. However, he still couldn't imagine what this society composed of exactly the same individuals would look like. But how do you distinguish each other? Jiang Chen still did not understand fully. However, Golovin didn't feel as if there was anything wrong with Jiang Chen's question. Instead, he just answered it as if it was a reasonable question. We don't need a name. One is all, and all is one. We have shared memories, shared knowledge, and we can think together and share each other's joys and sorrows, so why put a special label on everyone? Before we met, we already understand each other. As for the name, it is just an unnecessary code name. Although they shared the same appearance, there was no doubt that they are no longer humans. In a person's lifetime, more than half of the time was spent on gaining understanding, but it was an impossible task to complete to perfection. However, all of this was as natural as breathing and drinking water, not taught, but given by birth. Thought was no longer a burden. The entire Golovin mental system was like a spider web that connected all individuals into a collective, and all individuals served this collective from behavior to thinking, and all knowledge was shared. In a sense, their society was really similar to harmony. At least in collective consciousness, they emphasize collectivism rather than individuality. But the key difference was that they relied more on mechanical technology that replaced weak organs with electronic components, pursued efficiency, and were not even limited to the human appearance. From this point of view, they were more like supreme. After the meeting with Golovin, Jiang Chen leaned back on the chair and pondered for a long time. He didn't get up until the remaining half of the coffee turned completely cold. He clicked on the watch and called Xin Presidential Palace. It was the Secretariat of the Presidential Palace that answered the phone. Jiang Chen gave a concise order. In 2 weeks, convene a Earth Defense Alliance meeting. Pass the message to Zhang Yaping, and ask him to help send out invitation letters to the embassies. In the information age, it was impossible to censor one thing. Especially in the scenario where people were instructed to spread the news. The information was just like the red cloth that covered the bride's head, which was meant to be removed. Almost at the same time as the Earth Defense Alliance announced a general meeting, news spread about the purpose of this meeting on the internet. Based on memory, the previous 2 general meetings held for the Earth Defense Alliance were because of the threat of the Gliese galaxy and because of the incident in Finland. Since it was still undetermined whether the starship found under Europa's ice cap was a blessing or a curse, many people started to feel nervous. I don't know what those aliens look like. Are they 4-legged or 2-legged this time? Maybe without legs. It's reasonable. Since the alien ship went into Europa's ice cap, it doesn't make sense it can't get out. It must be a conspiracy by those aliens. They deliberately wait for us to save them, and then will use this opportunity to conspire with us. You're eating gutter oil, yet you're worrying as if you're the Secretary of the United Nations. Even if the sky collapses, there are still the tall ones holding it up. Why do you care so much? It was a rare occurrence where celestial trade did not refute any of the rumors. It was as if they had not noticed them at all, and they did not make any public statements. However, it was precisely because of celestial trade's attitude that allowed the event to continue to escalate and the debates began to heat up. All kinds of discussions were happening around this mysterious starship. There were rational analyses, groundless speculations, and even pure rumors. However, celestial trade and the governments did not seem to mind at all, until a protest happened in Los Santos. 20,000 people took to the streets and protested as they walked towards the Los Santos International Airport. They wore blue headscarves and waved flags. The flags were painted with an azure earth surrounded by olive branches, and they shouted slogans such as, "Cancel borders, universal love," and, "Towards the future." The reason was that a paper published by a professor at Coro University analyzed the situation from the perspective of civilization. It discussed why the first few contacts between Earth civilization and alien civilization ended in failure, and it subtly hinted at the hidden obstacles of Earth's development. In terms of reputation alone, the professor who published this paper was not well known, but Hawking's name appeared as one of the authors, which immediately made this paper that should have not been taken seriously more legitimate, and its importance was immediately pushed up. When we are in contact with alien civilizations, we are not collectively human beings, but as countries or even enterprises. In the eyes of extraterrestrial civilizations, we are in a state of chaos and disorder, and they cannot even interpret our language, because even we ourselves are unable to have a unified language. In this state, we cannot start a dialogue with extraterrestrial civilizations, and we cannot expect them to understand our chaos as political and cultural pluralism, and not backwardness and weakness. In fact, we are indeed weak enough. In the Mother Nest incident in northern Finland, the Finnish army and the British Navy launched 2 rounds of offensives against the nest, but the final result ended tragically. If from the very beginning, we had dealt with threats from extraterrestrial civilization collectively, then the result may be much better than it is now. As time goes by, it is less and less likely we are able to reach a reconciliation, and even in the not-too-distant future, we will split into 2 or more distinct civilizations due to differences. If a unified political organization cannot be formed, the second level in the Kardashev hierarchy is the ceiling of the civilization on Earth. Maybe even this professor didn't expect that his paper would be reprinted by major media, and it would become the fuse that ignited the voice of globalists. The parade was carried out in a peaceful atmosphere from the beginning to the end. The Los Santos City Police dispatched helicopters and police cars to accompany them but did not disperse the crowd. Those who were keen recognized that the Rainbow Mansion was surprisingly calm towards this protest. 2 police officers sat in the police car on the outskirt of the protest. They bit into their sandwiches as they watched the protesters closely. Globalists. I've seen blacks, Indians, and women go to the streets to make trouble, but it's the first time I have seen these people. It's quite strange, but I heard that there are certainly troubles. Have you seen the helicopter overhead? SWAT has been dispatched too. Who funded them? Celestial trade. Is that true? God knows, I only know one thing. The home of these globalists is in Penglai and they are calling for the establishment of an Earth Federation. The ultimate goal is to eliminate borders. If borders and tariffs are really gone, only these people will benefit. Those companies don't need to take off the tariff protection. It would be foolish to fund them. A parade of 20,000 people was just a drizzle for a big city like Los Santos. Trump could even proudly say that on the day he took office, there were more than 10 times the people that marched on the streets in Los Santos to give him a middle finger. However, what made this event more interesting was that after Los Santos, many large metropolitans around the world also saw similar events. It seemed that overnight, these idealists that never expressed their political intention turned into unwavering activists. The most direct movements were parades, but there were also lighting of candles, releasing balloons, organizing marathons on the border, and so on. Anyone with a slightly international perspective could see that there was an invisible hand behind these movements. The meeting with Lavrov was already a week ago, and there was only less than a week left before the general meeting of the Earth Defense Alliance. During this past week, Jiang Chen met with the foreign ministers of all the different countries, and the issues discussed were nothing more than Europa, the starship found under Europa's ice sheet, and the upcoming general meeting of the Earth Defense Alliance. After he dealt with these matters, Jiang Chen contacted Golovin again. Still in that holographic conference room, he sent an electronic file of a document or a script. Golovin scanned the document with indifference in his eyes, then he waved his hand, and turned the holographic document into countless zeros and ones. He looked back at Jiang Chen again. Does this make any sense? In order to have more chances of victory against the invasion of harmony and to avoid our self-destruction due to internal conflicts before the arrival of the enemy, Jiang Chen smiled, you were in the same state as us. You should be able to understand the situation we are facing now. I can lend you the Golovin mental system, Golovin said. We don't need that kind of thing. Jiang Chen shook his head. Why? If we refuse assimilation by accepting another sense of assimilation, then what is the point of our resistance? It is better to put down our weapons and embrace the evolution. Jiang Chen smiled when he finished the sentence, and left the meeting while Golovin digested the sentence. It was their last meeting before the general meeting of Earth Defense Alliance. Extraterrestrial civilization. Countries around the world were no longer as shocked as they were when they first heard the term. Whether it was the T-virus crisis that ravaged the world, or the mother nest in Finland, the two close contacts with extraterrestrial civilizations ended on unfriendly terms, but this time, countries were more hopeful. There was no other reason. A starship was trapped under Europa's ice sheet, waiting for rescue. Regardless of how the starship got trapped, the fact that the hull, larger than the Envoy class, was enough of a reason. And most importantly, it was rumored that 1,000 alien refugees resided on this starship. Located outside the Earth Defense Alliance building in Coro City, journalists and reporters from all over the world set up cameras and microphones. Followed by the arrivals of black limos one after another, the representatives entered the venue and took seats. Just like the previous two meetings, this meeting was also a closed-door meeting. As the last wave of delegations entered the venue, the door closed. Before the meeting officially started, whispers were already incessant. The rumor was that the target of rescue, a race named Golovin, was also invited to the meeting. Also, the Golovin representative would attend the meeting as a holographic image. The news was still enough to shock the rest of the world. Why is celestial trade so generous and open? This question was no longer important. The important matter was how to gain more benefits for their own country in this negotiation with an extraterrestrial civilization. Although the people here belonged to the same camp, shared the same ultimate goal of resisting the invasion of harmony, no one here could be completely open and honest to the people sitting next to them. Every delegation represented a country. And between countries, the term friendship did not exist. The meeting began, and the verbal probe and test between each other finally stopped. The representatives sat in their seats and looked at the center of the semicircular venue. The light blue light particles rose from the floor, and the people here who were already familiar with future groups' holographic technology did not show much surprise. Until Golovin appeared in front of them. Human being. No, maybe it's just a human form or an alien creature that looks like a human. Can he understand Mandarin? Silence. The venue became quiet. Jiang Chen scanned around the venue, cleared his throat, adjusted the microphone, and continued to speak. As for the topics of this meeting, I believe you have already learned about them. I think everyone in the room is very concerned and curious about the Svetovid, as well as our extraterrestrial friends. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, I think it is necessary for us to have a preliminary understanding of our friends. Therefore, before the discussion officially starts, we have prepared a Q&A period for this meeting. And this is what Golovin also wants. He hopes to start a dialogue with us and become friends. My database contains about 500 commonly used languages on Earth. You can speak freely, Golovin said in an expressionless state. Because we already know you to a certain extent, I hope you can ask questions instead of my unilateral introduction. The representatives stared at each other in shock. It was the German who stood up and asked questions first, and the questions asked were basically what Jiang Chen expected. After all, he was puzzled by the same question for a long time. What should we call you? Is Golovin your name? Or does it represent your ethnic group? You can call me Golovin the First, Golovin said. This name was Jiang Chen's suggestion. Since Golovin mental system did not exist on Earth, something obvious to Golovin could be incomprehensible from the eyes of the people on Earth. When people heard the question, their first reaction was that these aliens were probably a feudal or empirical system, but these were not important. Regardless of what political system or systems they adopted, the people on Earth were only interested in their technology, not their human rights status. The German representative nodded, then sat down. Then, the Russian representative, Mr. Lavrov, who had only met Jiang Chen 2 weeks ago, stood up impatiently. Why is the name of the Baikonur Cosmodrome written on your starship? Please excuse for my directness, we are just wondering why you use Russian texts. When this question was asked, the venue, which still had some chatters and whispers, turned completely silent. Everyone held their breath and either stared at Lavrov directly or subtly glanced in his direction. Golovin's holographic image looked at Lavrov and still in the tone that did not fluctuate, slowly spoke. Because our past has something to do with the name Soviet. The representatives present took a deep breath, and the way they looked at Lavrov gradually carried a hint of shock. What kind of story could make a group of aliens write the name of the Baikonur launch base on their starship? Lavrov was a little excited by the countless stares focused on him. He tried his best to make sure he did not look too proud, and politely extended an invitation to Golovin. Although I don't know what kind of relationship you have with us, we are as hospitable as before. If you don't mind, we are willing to provide you with a place to rest in eastern Siberia. This guy asked first. The faces of the representatives changed unanimously. The refugeeing aliens. It was not a group of poor refugees from the Middle East and North Africa, but a group of aliens with advanced technology countless years ahead of this world. All the countries were willing to provide a space for asylum for free. Before the meeting started, they had been thinking about this aspect, but they did not expect the Russians to extend an invitation first. Many people turned their attention to the representative from Xi'an. They hoped to see the slightest dissatisfaction on the representative's face. After all, it would be celestial trade doing the bulk of the work to rescue this starship. But now, before the work even started, it was taken advantage of by their old friend through this weird connection. Even if Xi'an's relationship with Russia was in a good phase, there was going to be a feud after this. However, what disappointed the representatives was that they did not see any displeased expression on the Xi'an representative's face nor Jiang Chen's. Many people couldn't help but wonder to themselves when these stingy people become so selfless. They were not like this before. Lavrov waited quietly for Golovan's reply. Regardless of the response from Golovin, he represented Russia and gained the friendship of Golovin. However, Golovan's answer stunned Lavrov and everyone. Everyone except Jiang Chen. Gradually, a look of awkwardness appeared on his face and it even changed to a look of embarrassment. "We don't need your land because it's meaningless," Golovin slowly said after he glanced at the representatives present. "If you are willing to rescue our starship from under the ice sheet, I can promise to provide a living space for 500 people on our ship and take you out of this galaxy." There was no sound in the venue. Lavrov took a moment to process the information and asked inexplicably. "Why are we leaving here?" "Because this place will be conquered in half a century. The seeds of harmony will stain this land into another color." In a flat and straightforward tone, Golovin narrated the cruel reality. He slowed opened his eyelids more, then continued, "In return for your friendship, we will preserve the fire of civilization for you. You can disembark in any galaxy we pass by and choose a new place to restart your civilization. Do you think we will fail?" Golovin didn't answer this question. Instead, he looked at Lavrov with indifference in his eyes, which made the answer obvious. As if he had heard something funny, Lavrov opened his arms, laughed, and continued, "You may not know that our fleet is already cruising in the Kuiper Belt, and this is just the beginning. We will be there to build a fortress. Half a century is enough time for us to arm ourselves to the teeth so that it's a one-way trip for the invaders from Gliese 581. "Really?" Golovin said without emotion. For some reason, Lavrov felt anxious when he met the indifferent gaze. "Standing here, I see a huge and complicated bureaucratic system. I have heard countless different voices. Had we not been observing you for decades, it might even be a problem to stand here and talk to you. At this point, your opponents are several times more powerful than you. At least, they have united their civilization. I don't agree with your point of view. A multitude of cultures is one of the attributes of Earth's civilization," another representative from Finland stood up and defended. "However, in the past few decades, I have only seen quarrels and arguments," Golovin said calmly. "We never discuss the answer to an obvious question, nor do we waste time in repeated discussions. The problems facing you are far more urgent than you think, but all of you seem to have overlooked this point." After a pause, Golovin continued. "If you want to defeat harmony, at least solve your internal problems first. If all of you standing here is not representing the entire human race, but only a certain country or institution, then my advice is to plan for a way out." Golovin's proposal shocked everyone. Representatives whispered among each other. Some were filled with righteous indignation, some were dismissive, and some were unfazed. However, Golovin did not seem to care about their opinions. After he did not receive any more questions, he nodded slightly, then dispersed into blue particles of light. Arrogant. Is this the attitude of someone seeking help? Lavrov cursed under his breath, then sat back down. After he fixed his collar, he took a deep breath and whispered to the assistant next to him, "Send the content just now to the Kremlin. Now." The assistant asked. The sooner the better. Although the arrogance of Golovin made the representatives feel displeased, after they thought about the data in the aliens' hands, the dissatisfaction was nothing at all. In the follow-up discussion, the countries quickly reached a consensus on assisting Golovin to rescue the starship. The only point of contention was what benefits could be gained from the starship after the rescue, and how the benefits would be distributed. Although it was debatable whether this group of aliens were willing to call Earth home, Lavrov maintained his previous proposal. He could establish a refugee camp in Siberia to settle Golovin and his people, and even promised to include autonomy and other benefits. The promises he made even made other representatives cast looks of surprise. Hua was certainly not going to let the Russians monopolize the benefits of an extraterrestrial civilization, and it decisively raised a counterargument. Based on the advice of Foreign Minister Zhou Yi, another maritime city like Penglai was perhaps better for aliens to live in. And this city could be built in the South China Sea, and Hua was willing to bear all the expenses for building a maritime city. There seemed to be more opposition. In an unpleasant atmosphere, the first day of the meeting came to a conclusion ahead of schedule. The next meeting was scheduled at the same time the day after the next. After all, the representatives also needed time to brief the situation back to their countries for internal discussion. After the meeting, Golovin's holographic image reappeared in the empty meeting place. Jiang Chen, who hadn't spoken much from the beginning, said with a smile. "Your acting is good." "Really?" Golovin said, "But I'm not kidding." "Oh. For the sake of being from the same place, I promised those poor people 2 things, Golovin said. "Which 2? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. He knew that the poor people Golovin mentioned were probably remnants of those that had been exiled in the void forever. "Help you to achieve victory as much as possible." After a pause, Golovin continued, "If nothing else can be done, save a trace of fire for the Earth civilization and take them to a new world dozens of light years away." "So far, I haven't considered the problems after failure," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Do you have so little confidence in us?" "Your odds of winning are very low, even with our help," Golovin said. "Even with Gaia civilization?" Jiang Chen laughed. "Oh." Golovin looked at Jiang Chen and raised his eyebrows slightly. A human-like expression on his face was quite rare. "You found them too?" "What do you mean by 2? "A long, long time ago. Longer than when the Svetovid went through the wormhole, we found the remains of a civilization on Mars. They recorded past memories through the flowers of memory and called themselves Gaia," Golovin narrated, then looked at Jiang Chen. "Although they are 2 parallel worlds, I think we should be talking about the same thing." Jiang Chen didn't show any surprise. He expected that the countries in the apocalypse would discover the Gaia civilization. After all, the timeline did not diverge until the beginning of the 20th century. For a civilization that existed billions of years ago, Gaia civilization was like an objective existence. To some extent, the outbreak of World War III was partly due to the uneven distribution of the spoils, Golovin said in the same emotionless state. "Many of the flowers of memory were lost in the battle for Gaia's knowledge, but even just inheriting a part of the knowledge helped us tremendously. But if you think that the legacy of Gaia civilization alone is enough to defeat harmony, you are a bit overconfident. Even Gaia is just a group of people who have been eliminated by time. Their knowledge can't even solve their own problems. You don't need to worry about this. We will use our own methods to solve this problem." Jiang Chen said softly, "I will provide you with a place to rest on Mars as agreed. If you think we have no hope someday in the future, you can leave at any time." After he finished, he walked towards the door. "We will stay before the final battle." Golovin watched Jiang Chen leave as he calmly said. "Before we set sail, the door of the Svetovid is open to you at any time." It was difficult to make progress during the next meeting. As discussed on the first day, no one raised objections on rescuing the Golovins, but there was serious disagreement on the arrangements after the rescue of Svetovid. Discussions related to the arrangements after the salvage of the Svetovid were almost to the point of irreconcilability. The debates were both in the placement of the Golovins and the technical assistance promised by the Golovins. I propose to share the technology that the Golovins are donating to us. Any member of the Defense Alliance has the right to share knowledge from the extraterrestrial civilization. I object. This is unfair to countries that contribute more. Unless all member states bear the same cost in rescuing the Svetovid, it's unacceptable to require equal sharing of extraterrestrial civilization technology. Sharing the technology can make us stronger, and we will also contribute more to the fight against the invasion of extraterrestrial civilizations. Isn't the point of the Alliance to fight the invasion of extraterrestrial civilizations? Are you forgetting this? In a compromise, we can register patents for technologies from Golovins and share the patent rights in proportion to each member state's investment. All member states share these technologies equally, but when using these technologies, we must pay a certain fee to the patent owner. Just like that, in the meaningless argument, the meeting was in a deadlock for a whole week. In 2 of the meetings, Jiang Chen didn't show up at all. Instead, he entrusted representatives of celestial trade to attend the meeting. Finally, in the 2nd week of the conference, Jiang Chen finally spoke some sense. We should form a unified federation. The whole venue fell silent. Even if a needle fell on the ground, it would be heard clearly. After a pause, as he saw that no one interrupted him, Jiang Chen continued. So far, among the extraterrestrial civilizations we encountered, it seems that we are the only one that's scattered. Just as Golovin I said, if we can't solve our own problems, there will be no way to deal with external threats. This is nothing more than the arrogance of aliens. How can a single sentence deny the benefits of the pluralistic political structure? Who does he think he is? A representative shook his head and said with disdain, a political and economic organization bigger than the European Union? This is not a problem that can be settled in one sentence. Of course this is not a problem that can be settled in one sentence, Jiang Chen said calmly as he looked to that representative's direction, so it will require our collaborative efforts. What then? Who should rule this federation? The other person stood up, and looked at Jiang Chen with a trace of vigilance, and even a subtle and insignificant amount of hostility. Celestial trade? Or the future group? Or do you mean yourself? As expected, when the proposal to establish the Earth Federation was put on the table, it was almost met with overwhelming opposition. However, Jiang Chen was still patient and explained the proposal of the Earth Federation against the opposing voices. The first was a community in space resources development. From the development of space resources to smelting to finishing into products, the goal was to achieve zero tariff within the Earth Defense Alliance. The community would push for the production and sales of space resources such as steel, titanium ingots, rare earth, and black alkane. This step was somewhat similar to the path taken by the European Union. The predecessor of the European Union was the European Coal and Steel Community. It was later extended from coal and steel to other areas of economic cooperation, and finally transformed from the European Community into the current European Union, although it was now on the verge of disintegration. After zero tariff was achieved in the space industry, the next step was naturally pushing for zero tariff in other industries, with the ultimate goal of being free trade, no tariff borders, unified currency, and so on in the economic field. Eventually, the cooperation would advance from economics to politics, then ultimately eliminate the borders in the true sense, and establish the Earth Federation. The first article proposed by Jiang Chen at the meeting was endorsed by representatives of some countries, but it did not make further progress. Because of the strong opposing voices, the proposal to establish the Earth Federation on the basis of the Earth Defense Alliance was temporarily shelved. However, under Jiang Chen's insistence, his first proposal was passed by a narrow margin. Earth Defense Alliance established a space resource development community within the alliance and established zero tariffs in space resources development. On the other hand, perhaps because the topic of rescuing Svetovid was interrupted by the Earth Federation proposal, or perhaps because people didn't want to drag it on too long, there was finally progress made in the rescue plan. The technologies shared by the Golovans were to be registered as patents and held by the Alliance collectively. Research and academic institutions shared the technology, but for applications in the commercial field, patent fees were to be paid to the Alliance. After deducting a certain amount of money as the funds of the Earth Defense Alliance, the remaining funds were to be returned to each country based on the proportion of funds invested in the rescue of the starship. Although it was not a perfect solution, at least it gained the majority's approval. Just like this, the third general meeting of Earth Defense Alliance, which lasted for 2 weeks, came to an end, in applauses. Immediately afterward, the Svetovid rescue was finally put on the agenda. It had been several months since the portal opened. The girls were basically used to this routine. Trips between the two worlds became the norm. Every day, Xia Xiyu and Aisha went to future building by helicopter. Sun Jiao, Xiaoro, and Lin Lin returned to the apocalypse and did not come back until dinner. As for Yao Yao, occasionally she returned to the apocalypse, but she spent most of her time on this side. The day after the conference ended, Jiang Chen sat at the dining table and had breakfast. Because he woke up late, the only two people having breakfast with him were Xiaoro and Yao Yao. The morning news played on the holographic TV in the living room. When he saw the contents of the general meeting, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile a little. As he expected, the media already reported on the concept of the Earth Federation he proposed. Although the proposal to establish the Earth Federation was ultimately not passed, the seed was already buried. When globalists all over the world see that the owner of a giant corporation whose strength is comparable to that of a superpower, publicly supporting their movement, it was undoubtedly more inspiring than any verbal promise. "What are you smiling at?" Xiaoro pursed her lips and smiled. "Don't you think it's funny?" "What's so funny?" "There is already a fire, but people still care about the meager profit." Jiang Chen laughed and shook his head. "That's nothing at all. Everyone knows that World War III will lead to the destruction of the world, and they still fought in the end." Xiaoro, who fiddled with the fried egg with her fork, rolled her eyes. "That makes sense." Jiang Chen smiled. Perhaps in the eyes of the different countries, they did not think about the possibility of losing. The Envoy-class starship already cruised in the Kuiper Belt, and the second Envoy-class was about to be completed. The size of the Earth fleet was growing, and the enemy was only a colonization ship that had been flying for nearly a century. Don't worry too much. The business of future development is going very smoothly. We have cultivated 2 million mu's of land in the development zone in Africa. Now we plan to completely transform the Gardens of Eden into a residential area. It'll be too wasteful to grow food in them. It's better to plant some flowers and plants and move people in. Sun Xiaoro grabbed Jiang Chen's right hand, and smiled at him. "If that day does come, we can still live there." "Let's wait until that day to say that," Jiang Chen said as he gently patted Xiaoro's hand. "I hope that day will never come. I hope that a backup plan will never be needed." As the third general meeting of the Earth Defense Alliance came to a conclusion, 2 Seagull-class transport ships set off from Celestial City. The entire project would take 5 years to complete. During these 5 years, a steady stream of supplies would be exported from Celestial City to Europa. In order to save time and cost, Celestial Trade decided to extend the interstellar highway from Mars and towards the Europa system first. At the same time, with the release of relevant information about Golovans, the word extraterrestrial civilization once again became the center of discussion. Apart from this name, people did not know anything else about the Golovans. There were rumors that they looked like humans, with 1 head and 2 legs. There were also rumors that their actual body size was huge and they looked like the giant octopus in the Europa report. They lived under the ice cap of Europa all year round, used the radio waves emitted from Earth to decipher the human language, and used holographic images to pretend to be humans to deceive the countries on Earth. Their imagination was indeed very creative to the point where Jiang Chen praised these netizens' ideas. However, just like his previous decision, celestial trade did not clarify these rumors but instead allowed them to ferment in disorder. Even with these groundless conjectures, they gradually changed from pure curiosity to suspicion and even hostility towards extraterrestrial civilization. Only when people were afraid of the outside world, would they think about whether to work as a collective. A week had passed since the Seagull-class transport ships began to build the road to Jupiter. According to the original promise, Golovin sent some of the technologies to Earth, and this part of the technologies was mainly related to gravitons and the gravitational field. The technologies were not as valuable to celestial trade and were only considered as supplements to some of the deficiencies in these two directions by the Gaia civilization. However, for other members of the Earth Defense Alliance, the preciousness of these materials was extraordinary. Take Hua as an example. The Hua Academy of Sciences took the lead almost immediately after they received the information. The research was distributed to research units of all levels involved in projects related to the research. However, the result was not promising. Because of the lack of reference, the plain technical data was extremely difficult to digest due to the large gaps in knowledge. Even in the hands of the most established scholars and researchers in the field, the data was pretty much useless. The same thing happened to Russia. Golovin's papers on gravitons were like science fiction in the eyes of the professors at the Russian Academy of Sciences. Because they could not even observe gravitons normally, it was next to impossible to record the parameters of gravitons. After all, at the forefront of physics, gravitons existed as hypothetical particles that transmit gravity. It was like getting what from the 18th century to understand the alternating current from the end of the 19th century. There was no way to understand something invisible, and it was the problem that scientists from all over the world shared. Many data were just summarized on paper, but for scientists on Earth, it was necessary to repeat the experiment step by step to verify it. It was conservatively estimated that it would take several years to digest this information. After all, Golovin did not provide flowers of memory that directly instilled knowledge, but only hundreds of terabytes of electronic files. In the next 5 years, Golovin would continue to provide Earth with technologies to increase its pace of development. Interestingly, it was after seeing these materials that the senior officials of different countries began to wake up from the euphoria of cruising at the Kuiper Belt. They realized the gap between themselves and extraterrestrial civilizations. At the future building, in the lab on the first basement level, Dr. Amos showed Jiang Chen his latest research. Jiang Chen picked up the belt-like thing from the table, fiddled with the button in the middle, asked Amos while he examined the dial that looked like a pressure gauge. "What is this?" "Gravity belt." "Gravity belt?" Surprised by the response, Jiang Chen cast a look of curiosity on Amos. "How is this used?" "Just wear it on your body like a belt," Amos said with a smile. At the prompt of Amos, Jiang Chen tied the belt around his waist and then turned on the button hidden on the back of the belt. As the switch was turned on, he noticed that in the dial like a pressure gauge, the pointer began to vibrate slightly, and finally, it was fixed in the middle. After he examined it closely, the end of the pointer had a small number, 1, written on it. The center of the pointer represents 1g gravity, that is, the gravity of Earth. Correspondingly, pointing to 2 represents 2g, which represents twice the gravity. By analogy, this gravity belt can reach a minimum of 0.1 g and a maximum of 3 g gravity. Just as Dr. Amos explained the function of this gravity belt to Jiang Chen had already started following the steps in the manual, rotating the dial, and aligning the silver arrow at the 0.5 g position. With a slight hum, the pointer on the dial began to shake violently, and finally, the pointer stopped at the position of the silver arrow, and Jiang Chen's eyes widened with the feeling coming from under his feet. The stress point did not come from his waist, but from every part of the body. It was like every cell in his body became lighter. How does this work? Jiang Chen was surprised when he adjusted the gravity index back to the standard value. By interfering with the gravitons, the gravity is affected. The specific is very hard to explain and involves a lot of technical terms. Dr. Amos shrugged and laughed. Anyway, you just need to know that with this belt, our astronauts can walk normally on the starship. The application was not helpful on the starship, but it also solved the health problems of the colonists in outer space. If humans were in a low-gravity environment for a long time, it had a considerable impact on their health. Among all the health-related problems, osteoporosis was enough to kill mammals. Otherwise, celestial trade did not need to specifically build a large bowl-shaped building that rotated to generate simulated gravity on lunar and heavenly Palace City, in order to provide health services for the residents in colonies. You have digested Gollivan's technology that quickly? Jiang Chen asked Amos in shock. In his impression, the electronic files of the data related to gravity field and graviton from the Gollivans were several hundred terabytes. Although they contained a lot of holographic diagrams, even the amount of text was not a small number. Even if someone could read 10 lines at once, it would take at least 2 weeks to finish glancing through the files. In fact, the design of this gravity belt was completed about 2 months ago. Amos answered the boss's confusion after he heard Jiang Chen's question. The relevant information about the gravity field and the gravitons were mentioned in the memory of Gaia's civilization, and even more in-depth than the research of the Gollivans. These hundreds of terabytes of information are only supplements for us, and we have resolved all the technical problems a month ago. After Jiang Chen heard what Dr. Amos said, for some reason, he suddenly recalled what Gollivan I had said before. The countries in the apocalypse had also discovered the relics of Gaia's civilization, but because of competition, a lot of the knowledge was lost. It was very likely that the source of this information about gravitons and gravity field also came from Gaia's civilization. But the Gollivans made some additions to the research on the basis and added their own insights and inferences. Jiang Chen's expression was a little weird when he thought about this. After all this time, the information he received from the Gollivans was the leftovers from the Gaia civilization that they refried. Although the cold rice was a different flavor, it was tasteless to celestial trade. But Jiang Chen was not a stingy person, especially given that it was their first interaction. It was the beginning of the friendship, and he was certain that he could get something unique from the Gollivans. The warp engine behind the Svetovit alone was worth the round-trip ticket to celestial trade. Based on Lin's speculation, the warp engine was likely the invention of the Gollivans. After all, the warp engine was something that only existed in theory before the war. What is the approximate cost of this gravity belt? Jiang Chen took off the gravity belt, turned off the power, and placed it back on the table while he asked Amos the question he was the most concerned with. The cost is about 1 million per belt. After all, many parts use industrial-grade 3D printing technology. Amos smiled, but if it goes into mass production, I think it'll be a lot cheaper. I recommend manufacturing it in Lunar City. The rare earth up there is cheap. I will arrange for future heavy industries to start production as soon as possible. Can I trouble you to design the production line? Dr. Amos smiled and said respectfully. It would be my pleasure. Then I'll have to trouble you. Jiang Chen patted his shoulder and laughed. The invention of the gravity belt caused a sensation worldwide. The ability to experience gravity like Earth even on the Moon, as well as the ability to experience Moon's gravity while on Earth was made possible by the gravity belt. The gravity belt produced were sold in Lunar City and Heavenly Palace City, and some were transported to Celestial City and shipped back to Earth. The moment this wearable device was launched, it caused a frenzy. People were shocked not only because of the incredible effect that allowed people to float, but also because Future Group managed to digest Gollivan's technology in such a short period. Rather, in the eyes of different governments, it was what made people feel truly incredible. Because of the strict confidentiality of celestial trade, they were not aware of the Gaia civilization. From their perspective, the only extraterrestrial civilization with contact to Earth was the Gollivans. In their eyes, celestial trade had just obtained Gollivan's data, and in less than half a month, Future Group had already created products with the new technology. This astounding technological digestion speed made those insiders feel ashamed. Shangjing, in a house with simple, retro, and elegant decoration. The man with a square face sat in front of his desk, deep in thought. The thing placed on the table in front of him was the latest product launched by Future Heavy Industries, the gravity belt. It's been less than half a month, and they made a finished product already. The man with a square face gazed at the gravity belt on the table with a sign of deep fatigue between his brows. Since the defeat of the UA, he did not feel this kind of fatigue for a long time. After he thought of the 2 billion renminbi budget the Hua Academy of Sciences recently applied for, and the newly designed device that is said to be able to observe gravitons in the atmospheric environment, for some reason, the feeling of powerlessness in his heart grew stronger. When his scientists and researchers were still promising him of a breakthrough by the next experiment, others had already leaped over the research stage, and completed the transformation from theoretical knowledge, into technology, into actual products. Constantly comparing oneself to others will only make one angry. With that thought in his mind, he shook his head. He originally thought that the contact with the Galvoins would be an opportunity to catch up with Xin, but he didn't expect that it was just a pipe dream after all. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Please come in." The office door was pushed open, and a man in his 30s walked in. From the way he stood there, firm and straight, he seemed to be from a military background. The temperament nourished by 3 generations of officials made it easy for people to notice him even if he just stood there. However, there was not the slightest arrogance on his face, on the contrary, it was full of humility. When he saw the man in his 30s walk in, there was a smile on the face of the man with a square face. Neither the family behind him nor the man with the square face in front of him regarded him as an outsider. After all, he was one of the successors they mentored. Although he was still too young. "What's the matter?" The man with a square face asked with an amiable expression. "There is one thing, about those globalists," Zhao Zongxian said meticulously. The man with a square face just smiled lightly. "Oh, what did they do now?" "They released 10,000 balloons in Wanghai." "How did Wanghai deal with it?" "I asked them to stop, and they were quite cooperative." "It's a bit of an exaggeration, which may get people talking about it." The square-faced man's finger tapped lightly on the armrest. He showed neither approval nor displeasure shown. Zhao Zongxian carefully observed the expression of this important figure and realized that he was still too inexperienced to understand the meaning. Zhao Zongxian did not plan to let go of this opportunity to showcase himself, so he organized the rhetoric in his mind and continued. "I think we should pay attention to them. On the surface, their activities seem to be harmless, but in fact, their thinking is quite dangerous. It is even worse than they were in the past. Especially the globalism they promote, it is very provocative among the young people and runs counter to our propaganda work. Before they show a radical side, just ignore them for now. In principle, do not report, do not support, do not pay attention, and let them fend for themselves." The man with a square face did not accept his opinion. After he thought for a moment, he made the decision. In fact, a better choice was to directly get rid of them. But he felt helpless, because he was well aware of who is supporting these people. After celestial trade defeated the UA, they were starting to become the overlord of the new century. In addition, the recent exchanges with the extraterrestrial civilization had just started. Even though he was reluctant to make the decision, for the sake of the overall situation, he did not want to have a fallout with celestial trade over this. "Globalist. You can do whatever you want. If you ever make a mistake, I'll clean all of you up." Zhao Zongxian, who stood across from the man, had a slightly unwilling expression, but this unwillingness was quickly hidden in his mind. He bowed his head respectfully and said, "Yes," then left the office. Chapter 1556 The Ambition of Loki Jr., An Incredible Technology. Jason, who just walked out of the Mars space elevator, stepped on the ground covered with alloy plates in his boots. He wore a spacesuit and adjusted the button on his belt. After he saw the pointer was stable at 1G, he let out sincere praise. Even on Mars with low gravity conditions, he could feel the same gravity as on Earth. He just had to remember to charge the gravity belt regularly, and he could walk and live normally like on Earth. Levitt, who walked out of the space elevator after Jason, got on the elevator and asked him, "How are you feeling?" "Very good, it feels like I can fly with a small leap." After Jason stretched his limbs, he said with a smile, "What would you say if anti-gravity technology is used in a car?" Although Jason only said it as a joke, Levitt replied after careful consideration. "Isn't there already maglev cars? If the anti-gravity module is designed to be large enough to support the entire car, the cost will probably not be low. After all, the cost of a gravity belt is no less than 10,000 xin new dollars. That makes sense." Jason laughed. Jason Loki, the youngest son of the Loki family and CEO of B-City Steel Group. The assistant his father Loki selected for him stood next to him. Levitt graduated from the Department of Economics from Columbia University and was about 5 years older than Jason. The B-City Consortium only ventured into the steel industry recently, and even this steel group was registered not long ago. The entire B-City Steel Group, except for an office on B-City's Financial Avenue and more than 20 employees, including accountants, only had 10 million xin new dollars on the book. 10 million xin new dollars. As the startup money for this new venture, it was quite generous. However, for companies involved in heavy industry, especially space resources, this startup capital was not enough. However, Loki was not too concerned about money. After all, with the backing of First B-City Bank, as long as the family members could see the prospects, he could easily get a loan of hundreds of millions of xin new dollars. It was the difference between the rich and the poor in entrepreneurship. From the very beginning, he was hacking the system. After they got to the train, they went directly to Heavenly Palace City from the space elevator base station located at the equator. Compared with half a year ago, Heavenly Palace City had doubled in size. Alloy plates made of steel were spread out from the cabin in the center of the colony to the edge of the city, and the rebuilt concrete wall was larger and stronger than the previous shooting platform. The ferocious electromagnetic gun tubes on the concrete wall were said to be prepared for the devil worms. However, there were very few devil worms spotted in recent days. The ultrasonic fences made them consciously stay away from Heavenly Palace City, and the reason why they chose to pave the road with steel plates was only that it was cheaper than cement paving. After a closer examination, it was easy to spot that most of the buildings in the city were made from metal. After they left Heavenly Palace Station, Jason deliberately chose not to take the bus but decided to walk. As he headed to the colonial cabin in the center of the city, he carefully observed the city on Mars. Perhaps in response to the invasion of the devil worms, the city was designed with the layout of a fort from the beginning. This design was not related to aesthetics, as just from the appearance, it did not look comfortable to the people living inside. After he took note of that, he walked to the colonial cabin in the center of the city, displayed his business card to the receptionist at the front desk, and headed to the governor's office with the staff. "Are you Mr. Hongzue?" Jason extended his right hand with a smile as he looked at the man in the office. Then, he greeted politely, "I often hear my father mention your name and praise you for being an outstanding governor. I was a little skeptical before, but now I am convinced." "Mr. Loki?" Hongzue just smiled lightly at the flattery words without more of a response. "He called me earlier, but I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Please sit down, there is not much to treat you with." "I hope Mr. Loki will forgive me." "Not at all, the fact that you can take time out of your busy schedule is already an honor for me," Jason smiled and said humbly. The youngest son from the Loki family was very knowledgeable about Chinese culture, and not just someone who scratched the surface. From the moment he entered, he had communicated with Hongzue in Mandarin, and his words were relatively humble without the slightest arrogance of someone from a big family. Because of this, Hong Zhiwei's first impression of him was positive. Compared with the nouveau riches who waved money and acted arrogantly the moment they stepped into the office, it was obviously more comfortable to work with this kind of people. Now that the development of space resources was the trend, Heavenly Palace City did not lack investors. Because celestial trade was also the leader in this aspect, as a governor in celestial trade, Hong Zhiwei did not need to act politely to anyone. "This is?" Jason asked when he saw the wine-red tea on the table. Lozum tea, it is a type of fungus that grows in the mantle and is a companion species of oxygen-producing fungi. After being dried, it is surprisingly delicious when used to make tea. It is a very popular drink in Heavenly Palace City. He picked up the tea, took a sip, then said in a joking manner with a smile, "It is not poisonous, rest assured." Jason copied Hong Zhiwei's action and took a sip of tea. When he felt the sweet coolness spread down in his throat, his eyes lit up. "This is a great tea. You can take some back," Hong Zhiwei said. "Next year we plan to ship a batch to Celestial City for sale." "It is not for sale as of now." "Then I'll make myself feel at home." Jason laughed. The two chatted for a while and soon got to the topics prepared for today. Jason visited on behalf of the B-City Steel Group, and his purpose was self-evident. And Heavenly Palace City, in the midst of restructuring, naturally welcomed a large international capital with open arms. "We are very optimistic about the development prospects here and plan to invest and set up factories on Mars. The entire B-City Steel Group was established for this purpose, and I am here for that," Jason said. "Of course, in addition to steel, we are also very interested in other industries. For example, such as real estate." "Oh. Does Mr. Jason see the prospects for real estate development in Heavenly Palace City?" Hong Zhiwei smiled. "With the establishment of interstellar highway and a second space elevator in South America, there will soon be a flood of immigrants from Earth, as well as tourists. And I noticed that the buildings here all seem to have been carved out of a mold. With all due respect, in terms of comfort and aesthetics, it's certainly not great," Jason said with a smile. "Many people complain to me about this." After Hong Zhiwei took a sip of the tea, he said, "After all, in the early days, survival was the most important element. In the future, the citizens of Heavenly Palace City will be very wealthy. After all, you are sitting on a treasure. I think it is necessary to improve the housing in the city. If you trust me, you can give this task to us. I know a few talents in this area. They will surely be able to design beautiful and comfortable apartment buildings for the city," Jason said while he looked eagerly at Hong Zhiwei, who sat across from him. The development of real estate on Mars required a lot of steel, and this steel could be supplied by the B-City Steel Group. After he turned the manufactured steel into housing, sell them to immigrants who settle on Mars, or develop them into high-quality hotels, B-City Steel Group was bound to make a boatload. Jason also saw something more long-term. 5 years later, once the Earth Defense Alliance rescued Golovan's starship from Europa's ice sheet, it was necessary to find a place for those refugees of the extraterrestrial civilization. This place was unlikely to be on Earth, so the most likely place was Mars. As long as the B-City Consortium development was successful in the next 5 years, it could be an opportunity to win the bid for this contract. What kind of business with your own people is posher than doing business with aliens? It is not just about being posh. From this business, Jason saw countless banknotes. In 5 years, when people mention his name, he will no longer be the youngest son of the Loki family of the B-City Consortium, but a steel tycoon. The activities of globalists continued to heat up. Eliminate borders, global free trade, unified currency, global constitution. If these absurd slogans were chanted a few years ago, most people would sneer, and would completely ignore them. However, with the establishment of Heavenly Palace City, the Europa Cooperative Colonization Plan of the Earth Defense Alliance, and the increasingly intensive contact with extraterrestrial civilizations, these slogans were no longer so remote and illusory. Coupled with the continued escalation of global conflicts before, where the military conflict between Xi'an and the UA almost triggered World War III, many people were tired of war. To some extent, the anti-war sentiment played a certain role in promoting the globalist movement. After all, there seemed to be only one way to fundamentally eliminate all conflicts, and that was to completely eliminate the subject of war. Jiang Chen was very pleased to see that the seed he planted had already sprouted. In December 2021, the end of the year arrived in a blink of an eye, and Project Marchena, which lasted nearly a year, had finally come to an end. Jiang Chen visited Ecuador by plane and met with the President of Ecuador, a group of senior officials, and local industry representatives. At the same time, in Quito, the capital of Ecuador, the Ecuadorian government arranged a grand completion ceremony for this space elevator located in the Western Hemisphere. The people that attended were not just the upper class of South America, but also influential entrepreneurs from other countries in South America, and even North America. After all, it was impossible for a small South American country like Ecuador to monopolize the benefits of the space elevator. Even if it was built in their country, all they could do was to take a sip of the soup from the space resources development trend. If Ecuador dared to take a bite of the meat, those international capital predators prepared countless ways to make them spit out what they just ate. The financial short-selling methods could easily teach the country a lesson. However, the Ecuadorian government was obviously very self-aware and sent about 100 invitations to Manhattan a month ago. Most of them were sent to bankers on Wall Street, but there were also financial giants like Loki. They were the main force behind the development of space resources. For a small country like Ecuador, they did not even have a decent space company. As soon as Jiang Chen got off the plane, at the exit of the Quito International Airport, he received a warm welcome from the citizens of Quito. He smiled and waved at the enthusiastic citizens. Although the act was more of a show, it was possible to see the admiration and gratitude in their eyes were not faked. Since the global grid was connected to Ecuador, not only did the cost of electricity drop significantly but more job opportunities were created. The capital of Ecuador also grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. There were many countries hostile to celestial trade, but a third-world country like Ecuador was definitely not amongst them. Jiang Chen smiled and waved at the crowd, sat into the vehicle that awaited him, and headed to the Xi'an embassy in Ecuador. At the door of the embassy, he met the newly elected president of Ecuador. Although it was the first time they met, the two men quickly engaged in a conversation with the president's effort to please. When can the space elevator go online? It'll be ready at the beginning of next year, Jiang Chen said with a smile. I just don't know if your country is ready for the new era. Don't say I didn't remind you. After Port Marchena is completed, cargo ships from the entire Americas and even European ones across the Atlantic will flock to Ecuador. This is not only an opportunity but also a challenge. We are ready to meet all challenges. The president of Ecuador looked at Jiang Chen eagerly and laughed. You can rest assured. I don't need to be rest assured, you just have to be prepared. Jiang Chen nodded. We have prepared a formal banquet for you at the Hilton Hotel to welcome your visit. I wonder if you have time to attend this evening. The president of Ecuador respectfully invited. Of course. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. The banquet was held at the Hilton Hotel. Early in the morning, the place was surrounded by the Ecuadorian army and carried out a carpet search. In order to ensure everything was foolproof, a special forces brigade was even mobilized to the blocks nearby and blocked the streets that led to the hotel. The president was very concerned and meticulous about this banquet. But even without these security measures, Jiang Chen didn't take the safety issue too seriously. Not to mention that there were ghost agents and Lilith nearby to protect him. Wherever he went, there was an orbital airborne force of dozens of people on standby at all times. On this planet, something that could threaten him did not exist. At the banquet, Jiang Chen saw many acquaintances. Although the Ecuadorian authorities only sent about 100 invitations to Wall Street, many capital predators who smelled blood, even if they did not receive invitations, came uninvited by different means and squeezed into the banquet hall. "Greetings to you, dear Mr. Jiang Chen," Leslie, who elegantly carried her skirt and dressed in a long evening gown, greeted Jiang Chen. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with charm. "It's been more than half a year since we last met, I really do miss you. How have you been?" "Very good." Jiang Chen gave Miss Leslie an ambiguous look after he slightly raised his glass, then he said with a smile, "We can discuss this issue later." Leslie chuckled after she understood the message, then she gave him a seductive look before she turned around and headed to the dance floor in graceful steps. "Leslie Garcia, the Princess of Wall Street," Loki said as he walked to Jiang Chen and brought him a glass of champagne. He smiled, sipped the red wine in the glass, and said in a casual tone, "It seems that my son has encountered a difficult opponent." "Oh." Jiang Chen smiled and raised an eyebrow. "Don't mind, I will let him know. If my incompetent son dares to pester Miss Garcia, I will personally break his legs." Loki toasted with Jiang Chen, squeezed his eyebrows, and said in a pleasant tone, "Not that serious, I'm still confident about my charm." Jiang Chen laughed. Being young is great. Want to be young again?" Jiang Chen said as he smiled. "Who doesn't want to?" Loki sighed and said with some emotion, "It's an honor for me to witness the rise of a great era in my lifetime. What if you have a chance to regain your youth?" "You're kidding." Loki chuckled. "I'm not really kidding," Jiang Chen smiled, and continued in a casual tone, "It's impossible to rejuvenate the aging part, but it's okay to let you live a few more decades." The moment he finished the sentence. Clunk. The wine glass fell on the red carpet. When Loki recovered from his stupefaction, the waiter had already cleaned up the wine glass on the ground. He looked at Jiang Chen, who still had the same calm smile on his face, then immediately smiled apologetically. "Sorry, that was my mistake." "It's okay," Jiang Chen said. Then, after Loki swallowed down the dry lump in his throat, he quickly looked around to make sure no one was paying attention here, lowered his voice, and asked in a hasty tone, "What you just said, prolonging life. What's the deal with that?" In fact, this is also a technology that we have only recently made breakthroughs in. At this point, Jiang Chen stopped explaining further, looked at a Loki with a light smile, then walked to the small balcony of the banquet hall. It was a customary rest area where no one disturbed, and used to prevent the conversation from being overheard. After Loki heard what Jiang Chen had just said, he took a second to process the information, then quickly followed behind him. Jiang Chen placed the glass on the marble guardrail of the balcony, overlooked the view of the night outside the Hilton Hotel, then narrowed his eyes in the evening breeze before he continued in a casual tone. "Our researchers have found a way to extend DNA telomeres. Although the technology is still in the trial stage, it is possible to delay the aging of senescent cells." Jiang Chen stopped and looked at Loki. Loki held his breath. After a while, he smiled while he pretended to stay calm. "Do you plan to promote this technology?" Even if it was something he desperately wanted, he could not act too obvious, otherwise, it was equal to exposing his weakness to his opponent without reservation. It was not even considered an experienced move, but rather, it was common sense in the business world. Loki habitually hid his desire to extend his life, but he did not realize how contrived his actions were in the eyes of others. Jiang Chen tried his best not to laugh out at the old man's action of staying calm and reserved. He thought that the old man certainly kept his calmness. After all, it was not a billion-dollar deal, but life that cannot be bought with money. He did not think Loki was uninterested. The richer people get, the more they valued life. Because once people die, all the wealth, status, and identity would vanish. There were certainly people willing to let go of everything to reincarnation, but Loki was definitely not one of them. There is no plan for that yet. Since Loki did not show his stance, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. He raised his glass and took a sip, smiled lightly, and summarized the subject in one sentence: you know if a person's lifespan has suddenly changed from 100 to 200 years. Not only his family will be impacted, but also the society he lives in. Promoting this technology. Believe me, it will definitely be a disaster. After Jiang Chen finished his sentence, he naturally shifted the topic to the newly completed space elevator and the synchronous orbit at Port Marchena. Then he went on about the future development of the space industry in North and South America and the expansion of space colonies. If it were before, Loki would definitely listen carefully to every word that came out of Jiang Chen's mouth and then remember them. However, his mind was elsewhere at this moment and completely distracted by the previous topic of prolonging life. He was now in his 60s, and his 70th birthday was in a few years. He was getting closer and closer to God. Under his leadership, the Beast City Consortium grew bigger and bigger, and it managed to get into the camp of celestial trade. Now, the consortium even surpassed Morgan and Rockefeller to become the leading consortium in North American, and the surname Loki became a legend on Wall Street. There was not much regret in his life. For at least 100 years, celestial trade won't fall. As long as his descendants did not make serious mistakes, the Beast City Consortium and Loki family would continue to prosper. Even if God stood in front of him right now, he could quietly leave with him and pass the position of the head of the family to his eldest son, but now, Jiang Chen told him that he could live longer. If someone else joked with him and said he has a magical medicine that can extend his life, he would scorn the thought and not take such a stupid comment to mind. However, the person who said this sentence was Jiang Chen, president of Future Group, which made this sentence difficult for him to ignore. Many people seem to forget the immense capability of future biology. After all, except for the well-known nutrient supply, this company kept a low-key profile, and many people did not even know the existence of this company. However, Loki did not forget this name. He still remembered clearly to this day that the T virus that stunk the pharmaceutical giants around the world was solved by who. Finally, Loki couldn't help but speak first. About the method of extending DNA telomeres. As soon as Loki spoke, he met Jiang Chen's squinted gaze, and he thought in his mind that it was going to be a big price to pay, so he simply bit the bullet and continued, "Can we go into more details?" No matter the price, he had to find a way to get it. He only prayed that Jiang Chen's appetite was not too big. "I was just thinking how long you could hold out for." Jiang Chen suddenly laughed. No one can resist the temptation of longer life. Now that he had confessed, he no longer concealed his desire for DNA telomere extension technology. Instead, he also laughed along and looked at the night view outside the balcony. "Since you told me, you definitely didn't come to see me make a fool on purpose. Come on, how can you help me? Don't be so nervous, the conditions are actually very simple for you." Jiang Chen smiled and tapped his index finger on the wine glass. "Have you heard of the term Earth Federation?" Loki was taken aback for a moment, and immediately understood Jiang Chen's meaning, and a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. "You haven't given up? You know it's impossible." "Why is it impossible?" Loki stared at Jiang Chen for a long time before he spoke slowly. "You are serious?" "Since I mentioned the DNA telomere extension technology, I didn't joke for a single word, but rather, I'm seriously discussing this issue with you." After a pause, Jiang Chen said in a serious tone, "If the Beast City Consortium is willing to stand on our side, we don't mind letting our partners have a longer life. We have always been on your side, what do you need us to do?" Loki asked. "It is too difficult to achieve our plan with politics as the starting point, so I decided to start from the economic level." Jiang Chen smiled as he looked at Loki, whose expression was unchanged, and continued. "We intend to establish the World Bank, not the one of the United Nations, but the World Bank in the true sense. It is independent of any political entities, issues currencies independently, and establishes a currency exchange system with central banks. If celestial trade took the lead in establishing the World Bank, it would inevitably cause vigilance among all countries. After all, celestial trade was the world's hegemon, and every move was the focus of the top leaders. B City Consortium taking the lead was the best choice. First, it was for the ease of control, and second, the consortium was prestigious in the UA financial world. Although the status of the dollar plummeted, the skinny camel is still bigger than the horse. The capitalists of Wall Street were still the leader in the financial world, except that the place welcomed a power reshuffle. "Are you planning to?" Loki interrupted Jiang Chen and said as his voice trembled. Jiang Chen looked at the Loki, who was in a state of complete shock, then nodded. "Yes, before unifying the world, we plan to unify currencies first." The completion ceremony of the space elevator took place the next day. More than a dozen cruise ships lined up in the northern Galapagos Islands, and people on top of the deck could clearly see the tower sky ladder. The Ecuadorian president stood on the deck and delivered a remark, shook hands solemnly with Jiang Chen, president of Celestial Trade, and signed his name on the two agreements. From today on, the space elevator located off the coast of South America was officially open to traffic, as it took on the burden of shipping business to the synchronous orbit in the Western Hemisphere. As the focus of attention for the public, the national flags of both countries, as well as the flag of Celestial Trade, were hung on the vertical train as it slowly accelerated into the sky, and marked the first train. To celebrate this great occasion, all major cities in Ecuador set off fireworks at the same time, and people in front of the TV opened champagne as they celebrated today like a holiday, celebrated the continent welcoming a new era. On behalf of the Ecuadorian people, thank you for everything you have done. At the end of the ceremony, the President of Ecuador firmly held Jiang Chen's right hand and said in a sincere tone, "Allow us to give you the most honorable sincerity, you're always a friend of the Ecuadorian people." Media from all over the world recorded this historic scene together with the camera lens. From today on, the cargo ships from the Mediterranean would no longer need to cross the Atlantic Ocean, cross the Panama Canal, and then sail into the Pacific Ocean to the remote Panu Islands. The Port Marchena, on the synchronous orbit, now served as a subsidiary port of Celestial Trade and transported goods from the Western Hemisphere. 3 full days passed since the completion ceremony, and the dozens of cruise ships anchored here dispersed one after another. A private yacht approached the Marchena Island, not far from the space elevator. There was a watchtower and a small port on the island, and soldiers on duty could be seen from a distance. The nationality of those soldiers was naturally not Ecuador, but from Xi'an on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. Based on the agreement between Celestial Trade and Ecuador, Marchena Island was leased to Celestial Trade at a price of 1 million Xi'an new dollars as a concession area for a lease term of 50 years. If neither party did not pose any objections after 50 years, the lease was automatically renewed every 10 years. This small island located in the northern part of the Galapagos Islands was close to the equator. The island covered an area of 130 square kilometers. This place was practically undeveloped as no one lived on the island and there was only an inactive volcano. The surrounding water was deep, which acted as an excellent natural port, but also a natural scenery area. As early as the XNUA War, the island was handed to Xi'an from Ecuador and served as a strategic fulcrum for Xi'an in South America. The location provided supplies to submarines and marines active in the waters near North America. With the end of the XNUA War, Celestial Trade gradually withdrew its troops from the island. Now only a force of 50 remained on the island, who were mainly responsible for patrolling this region, maintaining the safety of the space elevator project, and combating pirates. "Very beautiful island," Loki stood on the yacht while he said with his eyes narrowed, "It is a bit wasteful to use it as a military base. The military base is only temporary. It will be more beautiful in 2 years." Jiang Chen smiled and then continued after a short pause. "We will build a floating island around this small island and expand its area first to about 10 times bigger. We will then move a population in and turn this place into the Penglai of South America, a free and open port. The aluminum alloy and titanium materials needed to build the floating island could be obtained through the space elevator. Especially foam aluminum and other alloys that required the use of rare earth minerals, the outputs on the moon were considerable. Really? Then I have to remember this. Loki also said with a smile. In fact, even without Jiang Chen's words, he had already begun to prepare. In the nearby Galapagos Islands, such as Isabella Island, San Salvador Island, and other islands, all the free land was bought by the B-City Consortium as early as 6 months ago. Loki's idea was simple. If Marchena Island started to prosper with celestial trade's presence, then Isabella Island just had to follow in its footsteps. In fact, even now, this investment already paid off. As soon as the space elevator was completed, the value of the land he had acquired went up more than 10-folds. In order to maintain a strategic relationship with his partners, he reduced a portion of the land certificate to the partners of B-City Consortium, and now the entire Galapagos Islands were monopolized by real estate developers from Wall Street and Coro City Financial Avenue. As for investors in Ecuador, they could only be envious, but they were afraid to complain. Even the government behind them was just like a small fish and shrimp in front of the huge international capital. The slightest movement could drop the economic index of a small country by double digits, which could lead to the President or Minister of Economic Affairs taking the blame and stepping down. If I go bankrupt, at least I will leave a way out for my grandchildren. Loki felt the sea breeze blow into his face and said with his eyes narrowed. Don't be so pessimistic. Jiang Chen smiled lightly, and said in a relaxed tone, our plan is perfect, with the XIN reserve as your backing, quantum computers providing big data support and Future Bank also providing you with the maximum allowable help. What else are you worried about? While it sounds nice with so many things backing us, aren't we the ones charging in the front? Loki smiled bitterly in his mind but did not say anything. Just yesterday, he injected the DNA telomere extension agent under the guidance of the medical staff of Future Biology. Although there were no obvious changes, he already started to feel his physical condition improve. This was specifically reflected in his blood sugar and blood pressure levels. His personal doctor even stated in surprise that his physical condition has returned to at least the same level as a 40-year-old. It is my habit to be pessimistic before I win. Compared with which bottle of champagne to open when I celebrate, it is more realistic to consider what to do after failure. Loki shrugged and stretched out his right hand, wish me luck. Best of luck, Jiang Chen smiled while he held his right hand, the future president of the World Bank, I am waiting for your good news. 2 days later, a silver aerospace G-100 disappeared into the horizon. With a secretly drafted contract, Loki returned to Manhattan Island in Nouveau York. Since the reconstruction of Manhattan Island, the B-City Consortium moved from B-City's Financial Avenue to here, and the former Morgan Building was replaced with a new sign as the headquarters of the first B-City Bank. Loki, who just returned to Wall Street, did not sit for too long before he sent an invitation to the big capitalists on Wall Street for a discussion. Companies such as Chase Bank with close relationships with Future Bank were all invited without exception. The meeting lasted for a whole week, and no one knew the details of the discussions. What the outside world saw was just an announcement led by the first B-City Bank and endorsed by Wall Street's top executives after the meeting ended. In order to promote global economic and trade exchanges and hedge against a series of potential risks to the world economy such as exchange rate fluctuations, 20 banks and investment banks, including First B-City Bank and Chase Bank, announced the establishment of the World Union Reserve. As soon as the announcement came out, the world was shocked. The global economy is at a historic turning point. An era that is more open than ever has arrived. We need a currency that can represent all currencies to replace the traditional currency for transactions. World Union Reserve was established for this purpose. In front of the media reporters' cameras, Loki delivered a speech. World Union Reserve. Just from the name, it was not difficult to guess the purpose of the organization. The originally peaceful weekend was suddenly disturbed by this shocking news. In particular, a magnitude 3 earthquake was set off in the international financial community with the news of the establishment of the World Union Reserve. The attention brought by the news even surpassed the limelight of the completion of the South American space elevator. Eyes from all over the world focused on the previously calm and peaceful Manhattan Island. The major media in the world also carried out detailed follow-up reports on this matter immediately. It was not yet clear what kind of impact this would have on the global economy, because not many people believed they would succeed at all. Even if it was a collective endorsement by Wall Street executives, it was impossible. A unified currency could not be achieved by just an announcement. There were too many political factors involved. Even if the strength of the entire Wall Street was combined, it was impossible to achieve it. Among other things, the XIN Reserve, the leader behind the global economy, did not yet make a statement. If World Union Reserve had to be established, the proposer should not first be Citibank, but Future Bank. The qualification of Future Bank was far superior. However, the development of the matter soon surprised everyone. On the first Friday when the World Union Reserve announced its establishment, the XIN Reserve announced its cooperation with the World Union Reserve on currency exchange issues. Hua, Shangjing, in an apartment on Second Ring Road. It was New Year's Day, and a rare occasion for the family to eat a meal together. The news for today played on the TV. First B Citibank has established World Union Reserve with more than 20 banks and investment banks, including Chase and Citi, and cooperated with central banks in issuing a unified currency to strengthen free trade. It is reported that the Federal Reserve and the XIN Reserve are the first to announce cooperation. The central banks of more than 20 Pacific Rim countries, including New Zealand, UAE, and Canada, will join the World Union Reserve-led Unified Pacific Rim monetary system. The participating states will pursue a more open system than the WTO free trade system and will use world dollar as the settlement currency. CCTV reporter, reporting for you. The UAE just really wants to stir things up, and now they introduced something new, Wu Jianbin said with a smile while he watched the foreigner speak into the reporter's microphone. I'm afraid the World Union Reserve is not the work of the UA. Wu Changfeng laughed when he glanced at the TV screen. Oh. You see, it is First B Citibank that is leading the initiative for World Union Reserve. Do you know the origin of this bank? I remember it was a UA-Swiss joint venture bank. Both Chase and Citigroup should be more famous than it. Wu Jianbin frowned. First B Citibank is a strategic partner of Future Bank, and the B Citi consortium behind it is now the emperor behind Wall Street. You should understand now, right? Wu Changfeng smiled. You mean, this World Union Reserve is actually supported by celestial trade? Wu Jianbin's eyes lit up and he immediately reacted. You should ask if you don't have celestial trade's endorsement, does First B Citibank really dare to do something like this? Even the whole Wall Street probably can't do it. After a pause, Wu Changfeng smiled and continued, Jianbin, you are in the real estate business. I will give you some suggestions. Huh, since when did my brother care about the business? Then I have to listen carefully. Wu Jianbin smiled and toasted to Wu Changfeng. The times are different, you don't have to keep focusing on the domestic market. Broaden your horizons. Are you saying that the real estate business is dying? It's impossible. Wu Jianbin shook his head and smiled, the total amount of broad money has increased by 80 times in 25 years. The amount of printed money has surpassed the total amount of money supply in the UAE and EU, but the total economic output is only less than one-third of it, if it weren't for our real estate, Wu Changfeng smiled but did not respond. He said everything he needed to say. It did not matter if his brother believed it or not. And now, he didn't even care about the small business at home. The benefits of a unified currency were obvious. Even outsiders in the economic field could easily identify the benefits of a unified currency. A unified currency would reduce transaction costs, reduce the risk of exchange rate fluctuations, promote trade, increase the competitiveness of trade zones, and so on. But in contrast, there were also costs to the unified currency. The Eurozone could be used as an example. A unified currency caused countries to lose the exchange rate and monetary policy independence, which meant that macro policymakers had to abandon monetary policy and only use fiscal policy to control the macroeconomy. This greatly weakened the response of macro policymakers' ability to respond to asymmetric shocks. Take Germany and Greece as examples. Two countries shared the same currency and shared the same interest rate. However, German industry was more developed than Greece, the labor force was more educated, more productive, and the cost of manufactured goods was lower. Now that the European Central Bank granted a loan to both countries, Germany used advanced industries and productivity to create wealth far greater than that of Greece through the same capital, so capital and high-quality labor were drawn in. Greece did not generate the same benefits, so it had to maintain its local economy through benefits to encourage spending, which ultimately led to the Eurozone debt crisis. However, it was undeniable that a unified currency would greatly enhance the competitiveness of the trade zone. If the World Union Reserve created by Wall Street was not enough to make people feel vigilant, then the participation of more than a dozen Pacific Rim countries, including XIN and the UA, was enough to make other trade zones feel real panic. Panic was the best way to describe the situation. This trade zone was magnitudes larger compared to the EU, and its trade efficiency and competitiveness were unimaginable in other trade areas. For this reason, the Kremlin convened 2 consecutive temporary meetings to discuss the World Union Reserve and its possible impact on the Russian economy. Putin and the Russian Minister of Economic Development, who were on a diplomatic visit to Europe, ended their trip early to attend the meeting. On the other side, the same thing happened in Shangjing. On the first weekend of the announcement of the establishment of the World Union Reserve, the Central Bank of Hua held a temporary meeting to discuss the formulation of a new monetary policy to counteract the potential impact of the establishment of the World Union Reserve. The establishment of the World Union Reserve affected everyone's nerves, whether they wanted it to or not.